The Widened Road, Part 1. If you like what you hear, subscribe. There's more of the Fracture Cosmology on the channel.
Chapter 1. The Uniform. Survey gray was cut for Earth's shoulders. The station tailor had let the coat out twice across the back, and it still rode close, and the collar found the ridge of Rook's jaw on every left turn, so he had learned to turn from the hips, which gave his walk a formality he had never ordered. Shift change filled High Reach's main concourse shoulder to shoulder, dock crews inbound, clerks outbound, the morning press of the richest station anyone had ever built. Rook went through it with everything he owned in one bag and counted what the coat was worth. The gray bought him a meter at the lift queue. The face took the meter back. At the officer's lift, a steward started to redirect him to the freight side, got one syllable out, found the coat, and rebuilt the sentence. "Morning, sir." Rook gave him the nod an officer gives. He had practiced it. On the public plates, between gantry advertisements, the survey's morning item ran on a loop. The survey vessel Dawnward, refit complete, sailing at noon to resurvey the Sable Reach, the road her own crew had opened. Then, third image, up a beat longer than the ship, his face over a caption. First cousin line commission in survey history. The registry photo had caught him mid-blink. Of course it had. Half the lift queue had done the arithmetic. Plate, him, plate again. A boy of about 6 looked from the caption to Rook and back with the frank thoroughness only 6-year-olds and customs officers are allowed, until his father turned him by the shoulder and apologized to the middle distance. Rook winked. The boy banked it like money. Where the concourse opened out at the Junction Plaza, the public ledger stood the full height of the wall, the whole reachable network live in light. 18 months ago, people had gathered in knots under the Sable edge to watch new routes resolve out of nothing, gold arriving mark by proven mark, while strangers pointed them out to strangers. This morning, the Sable weave hummed thick as the series lanes, freight schedules scrolling along the frame, corridor licenses, tonnage postings, and nobody stood under the wall at all. Past the plaza, the concourse ran along the gantry glass, and Earth turned below the whole length of it, the Terminator crawling west across an ocean, cities coming up along the dark edge. A year and a half over this planet, and the sight still stopped him. One breath, boots planted, a toll he paid without argument. The reach he came from would have called any one window of it wealth. He gave the view its breath and moved. The noodle stall at the gantry head had its shutter up and steam off both kettles, and the cook had Rook's usual going before he was 3 places up the queue. "They got you," the cook said with a nod at the gray, and pushed the bowl across. "I got me." On the house, the cook took the next order over Rook's shoulder. "Morning, sir." Rook ate standing at the rail above the freight locks, out of habit. And this morning, the habit was a mistake. 2 berths down, a Reach-registered hauler was working cargo, her crew moving pallets with the loose, spare economy of people who had done it in worse gravity. One of the deck crew had the build Rook knew from the inside, the heavy bone, the brow. The man's hand had already stored it up in the old settlement greeting, palm out and turning, when his eye reached the coat. The hand stopped and came down and went back to the strap it had left, and after that the man's back was all there was to read. Rook finished the greeting anyway. Palm out, turned, brought home. Then he picked up his bag and went to work. The yard gate knew him. The foreman waved the chit away before Rook had it half out of his pocket.
"Look at this," the foreman said, to the yard in general, meaning the coat. 18 months I feed a stray and the survey eats him. I fed you twice. It compounds. The foreman walked him as far as the cradle rail, hands in pockets, and stood with him while he looked at the ship. The Dawnward had her skin back on. She stood in the open cradle with the umbilicals coming off one at a time, bright new sections set into 40 years of patched and repatched everywhere. The new survey mast running her dorsal spine straight as a rule. Rook had crawled most of her with the plating off. He knew where new frames were welded to old, where the yard's clean spec gave way to the drive section nobody had been allowed to true. In the cradle lights, she looked like exactly what she was, an old working ship wearing new work. "Noon," the foreman said, "whether you stand here or not." Wells came down the ramp with 2 slates under one arm and the day's work already talking. "You're early. It's my first day." "It isn't." She handed him the top slate without stopping. "Mast recommissioning, phase floor first. The yard signed it off yesterday, which means today we do it properly. Stow your kit, officers' row, 3rd door. They cut you a tag." The tag on the 3rd door carried his name, printed fresh, one word sitting short on a plate ruled for 2. Inside, a bunk, a desk, a drawer that locked, and more door than the yard dorm had ever allowed him. The bag had been everything he owned since the raiders finished the outpost. It went under the bunk with room left over. He set the gray cap on the desk where he would see it, traded the coat for a coverall, and went aft. The engine room smelled of cured sealant and new lagging, and under that, faint and permanent, of the old ship. Repair tags hung off half the fittings in the compartment, and every tag carried 2 references, the yard's job number and a page. The book the pages belonged to sat on a shelf over the workbench, the shelf drilled and bolted for it. A bound daybook, a grease cloth folded beside it. Wells took it down and opened it flat to the drive section. "Anything you touch after frame 60, you check the book first. If the book and the yard disagree, the book wins, and you come and find me." The hand in the book was square and heavy and took no prisoners with a verdict. "Coolant loop 2 runs hot at load. Not a fault. She has always done it. Leave it." Further on, against the drive rebuild, where the yard's clean entries marched down the margin, "Patch stays. Better than spec. Leave it or answer to me." The yard had left it. Rook turned pages. The last third of the book was other hands, Wells's small capitals among them. Every entry in the dead man's format: condition, cause, cure. Rook had known Silva 6 weeks, most of them at a dead run, and the chief engineer had taught him one thing with a spanner in his hand, and everything else by shouting through gratings. The book was the shouting, written down. "Frame 60, Wells said, and put it back on its shelf. Through the workshop hatch, on the shelf over the vise, the small black case from the honors had ridden out the whole refit. The lashing crew had strapped down everything else on that shelf for sailing and gone around the case. Vale had the survey bay, folded into the mast base access with a deck of cards and no game in progress that Rook could make out. "Gray," Vale said. "Gray," Rook agreed. Vale considered the coat a moment longer and the face above it and dealt him in. They played 2 hands of something whose rules moved while the mast warmed for trials. Rook lost both. On the 3rd deal, the ship's air changed around them, the deep circulation coming up to sailing trim, and Vale squared the deck one-handed and put it away. "Noon," Denal said, and went forward. The phase floor took the rest of the morning. The access was a crawl fit even for Earth builds, and Rook worked it in the oldest clothes he owned, probe leads taped along his forearm, tracing the new mast's plumbing junction by junction. It was good work.
In the well there was no one to read his face, and no face to read. It was just the probe, the trace, the numbers coming up honest. He would have paid for the hours if the survey hadn't. First pass clean. Wells sent him back in for the second without looking at his numbers, and the second came up clean, and Rook came out of the access with his verdict ready. Clean twice. Third pass. It's clean, Wells. Third pass. Then I believe you and not the ship. She was logging the second. New mast, first sail. She hasn't earned one pass trust, and neither have you. The third pass was clean. Wells cross-referenced all three into the commissioning log against a page of the daybook. Mast trials, 3 passes, no exceptions. Initialed the entry, and had him initial under her. Through the bay glass, the cradle umbilicals were down to 2. Go dress, Wells said, taking the slate back off him. Musters at 11, forward lock. And the captain will put the first question on you. He does it to every new hand. She was already moving. Don't build an answer. He can tell. At 11, the ship's company came to the forward lock by watches, caps under arms, and the muster clerk from the harbor office set up her board at the head of the ramp. Wells stood at the head of survey watch with her cap squared. Vale stood where the file put him, cap under arm a half beat after everyone else's, gray on gray. The watchboard beside the lock had sailed with the ship for 40 years, a steel frame of name tags, a board and a shore, the oldest system the Dawnward carried, and the only one that had never failed. It had stood the whole refit in its last sailing state, every tag where the last voyage left it, Silva's tag among them. Dawes reached the board ahead of the clerk. He lifted the tag out, turned it once between finger and thumb, and put it away in a breast pocket, and the clerk began racking the tags of the refit's new hands, and kept one back. Locke came up the ramp at 10 to the hour and took the company in with one pass of the eye, a working captain on a working morning. "You know the road," he said. "You opened it. It'll be crowded this time, and it will have opinions about us. Questions before I take us out." None came. "Then one from me." His eye went down the line to the end of it. "Rook, what does the Reach see coming?" Every face at the muster turned. All this time aboard and around this crew, and it still cost something, taking all of them at once. Less than the concourse cost, and not nothing. Dawes let the answer come up on its own, the way Wells had told him to. "A flag it's met and a face it knows. The Reach will spend the first while deciding which one to believe." "Which will they?" "Depends what we do while they're deciding. They're always watching. It's how you stay alive out there." "Good," Locke said, to the company as much as to Rook, and then to the clerk. "Muster them." The roll came up on the clerk's board in watch order, and the company signed in the order they stood. Engineer's watch, deck watch, survey watch, the long-served hands signing the ship out with the offhand speed of people who had done it more times than they would bother to count. Dawes signed, passed the stylus down, and by the time it reached the end of the line, he was standing at the board rail. Dawes spent a year of favors on that line. Sign it neat. Rook signed. His name took less of the line than any signature above it. The clerk sealed the leaf, and the roll resolved into the ship's record and held. And she racked the tag she had kept back into the slot Dawes had emptied, and the board was full. At noon, station time, the lines came off. Rook stood the first watch of his commission at the mast console with the coat on, and the collar finding his jaw, and the Dawnward came out of the cradle on the tug's hands, cleared the yard arm, and swung her bow for the span. High Reach fell away with earth bright and turning under it. Ahead, the crossing queue lay in stacked lights, grain hauls, haulers, a liner in company livery, and Control slotted the survey ship in without comment, behind the freight. 18 months ago, this ship had gone out to that reach alone, into a blank on every chart. Now she waited her turn in the traffic on the road she had opened. Rook logged the mast live at 12:19 station time, and the entry took his seal, the first entry the ledger had ever taken under his name. It held. Chapter 2. Due Diligence. 18 months had added one frame to the end of the survey's corridor of photographs. Locke found it without meaning to look for it, the Dawnward's company on the return gantry, dated and named like all the others. Wells still in her pressure liner, because she had refused to make the picture wait for a change of clothes. Vale a half step outside a group the photograph had closed around her anyway. Rook at the end of the rail in borrowed yard clothes, not yet anybody's officer. Silva, third from the port rail, with his sleeves shoved up, caught mid-sentence, telling the photographer what the delay was costing him. Set into the lower corner of the frame was a small brass star. The honors had all happened at the other end of the station, in halls built for the purpose. This wall just wrote down who went. Renwick's hatch stood open at the corridor's end, and the good bottle was already out. Aidan. Renwick came around the desk and took Locke's hand in both of his, heavier than at the ceremony, warmer too, which Locke would not have thought there was room for. "You're stopped at the photograph. You put a star on it. The frame goes up on the yard's account. The star goes on mine." Renwick poured 2 glasses and set one at Locke's side of the desk. "I sign for every star on that wall. Worst duty this office has, and the only one I'd fight to keep. Sit down." Locke sat. The office had not changed. The penciled charts, the port with the embassy decks below wearing their riding lights, except that among the pencil there was now a printed sheet, pinned square, the Sable corridor in its licensed form, junction to junction, a thing finished enough to be typeset. Past the glass, high and outbound, the lit spine of a freight convoy made for the span with a patience that read, from this distance, as stillness. "You've had the commission 3 days. Tell me the part you don't like." The wording. Locke set the order slate on the desk between them. "Resurvey of Sable Corridor baselines. Resolution of the contested finding. It isn't contested. Nobody has contested it. It's filed." A finding nobody has tested is contested by definition. That's method, Aidan, not politics. Renwick turned his glass without drinking from it. "The review has sat pending for a year and a half, not because anyone wished it away, but because there is exactly one person alive who can run the follow-up, and she has spent that year on your books, birthed through a refit, while this office worked out what it could responsibly do with her. Well, here it is. She goes back out under survey orders with her own instruments to test her own model on the corridor she built it from. The board can stand in front of any assembly in the system and show due diligence the public can trust. And Nora Vale gets the one thing I had left to get her, a road back. On a leash, with an escort, which brings us to the part you like least, so let's have it in the open." Renwick sat back. "Inez Halden, survey oversight. She berths aboard. She carries the study's terms of reference, and findings enter the record under joint signature, hers and the study's. Not the data. Nobody signs data. The ledger holds what it holds. Findings." "So Vale measures whatever the sky gives her," Locke said, "and it means whatever Halden co-signs. It means what survives review, which is every meaning any finding has ever had." Renwick set the glass down, and for a moment the warmth banked itself, and what sat behind it was old and tired. "If that model is right, It is the worst arithmetic this species has been handed since the dimming was priced, and it will need to come home armored in method, because everything soft on it will be torn off within a day of publication. By the corridor lobby, by the embassies, by every party 3 decks down that already knows our roads for a crime. And if the model is wrong, a brilliant cartographer gets her name back and the survey stops flinching. Either way, the study serves. Oversight isn't a muzzle, Aidan. It's armor. There were perhaps 4 things wrong with that, and Locke could not have put his finger on one of them in front of a board. That had been the shape of every conversation in this office for a year and a half. "Halden," he said, "I don't know the name." You wouldn't. She spent her career inside the instrument, audit, methodology, review boards. People will tell you she's Renwick School, and they'll have it half right. The director's mouth went dry. She's what I would be if I believed in it. I manage the process because somebody has to. Halden thinks the process is true. Don't mistake her for a copy of me. Copies negotiate. And her instructions are written in her appointment, which she will show you before you think to ask, because she does everything before you think to ask. It's most of what oversight is. Renwick stood, which meant the business was done, and came around the desk again. "One more thing, and I'll walk you out. The Cousin Line Commission, Rook. That was my doing. I know it was. My signature went under yours the same afternoon it reached my desk. No performance in it, a point of record, the old way. 60 years of cruise on that wall and not one face like his. When his frame goes up, I want to be the one who hangs it. Then keep the stars off it." Renwick took that standing still, and for a breath he was not the director of anything, just a heavy old man in a small office holding a glass he hadn't drunk from. He said quietly, "Do that part yourself. You're the one sailing." Renwick walked Locke down the corridor of photographs, past 60 years of dated cruise, and stopped him at the end of it with a hand on his arm. "Resolve it, Aidan, whichever way it resolves. Bring the board something nobody can shout down." A press of the hand, and he turned back toward his office. "Fair roads, Captain." Locke went down through the embassy levels with the commission under his arm, and did not stop again at the new frame. He had the picture already. He had been in it. Halden came aboard an hour before the slip with 1 kit bag and 2 document cases, and asked permission at the lock, correctly, completely, from a woman who could have quoted the regulation that entitled her to skip it. Ines Halden, Survey Oversight. Her grip was brief and exact. "You're entitled to cite my instrument of appointment before I pass the lock, Captain. Most masters don't ask." "Show me." For the first time, she looked at him instead of the ship and handed the slate across. The appointment ran to 3 paragraphs. The study defined, terms of reference attached as an annex longer than the appointment, findings of the study to enter the expedition record under joint signature, the oversight officer to have sight of all study data and standing to attend all study work. The last line gave her an authority over expedition communications that Locke didn't like and couldn't fault, and he read it twice so that later nobody could say he hadn't. "Welcome aboard the Dawnward," he said, and logged it. "Thank you, Captain." She took the slate back and glanced down the passage, the warm, narrow length of it, refit plating bright against 40 years of the old. "She's smaller than the record makes her. Most true things are." Locke took her aft himself. It was a small courtesy, and it bought him what he wanted, which was 10 minutes of watching how she walked through a working ship. She stepped over the sill combings without being told, kept her cases out of the loader's road, and read every placard she passed, not looking about herself, reading. the annex numbers, the inspection dates, the tags on the refit valves. "Where will Dr. Vale be working?" she asked. "The forward instrument bay." One answer, and he heard himself give it 3 tails. Her calibration history lives in that bay. Moving the bench now would cost us a week of rebaselining before the first survey leg. And it's been hers since the first expedition. On a hull this size, you don't shift a specialist's bench without a reason you can say out loud. And it puts a deck between her work and yours, which nobody asked me for. The third reason arrived, and he gave it anyway. But a small ship rides easier when the two ends of an argument aren't sharing a bulkhead. "The forward bay," Halden said. "Thank you, Captain." Nothing in it to push against. Nothing anywhere on her to push against. That was the first thing he learned about Ines Halden between the lock and the survey annex, and he suspected it was the operative one. At the annex, he offered to have the expedition record staged to her console. "It's staged," she said, setting the first case on the desk and squaring it to the edge. "I did it from High Reach. I'll want the corridor load returns rerun aboard from the raws when Dr. Vale can spare the bench. I don't work from summaries." She said it without any edge at all, an auditor declining a rounded figure, and then she paused, one hand still on the case, and gave him more than he'd asked for. "I've read the record, Captain. All of it. The expedition file, the annexes, the filed finding. I know what this study is worth, and I know what it cost. I'm not aboard to stop her. The terms exist so that whatever she finds survives review. I'll hold to them fairly. She won't take that from me, and I don't need her to. It might sit better coming from you." "She won't take it from me, either." Halden considered him for a moment, and whatever she did with that went wherever she kept things. "Then we'll both be fair and unbelieved," she said, and turned to her cases. Locke went forward. In the instrument bay, the deck was a careful chaos of open cases, 9 of them, foam cut to the shape of things worth more than the ship's hull insurance, and Vale stood at the interferometer mounts with a torque driver and the set shoulders of a woman redoing someone else's work. "Dr. Vale, recertification cleared then? All 9? 9 out, 9 back." She didn't turn from the mounts. "Whoever torqued these read the manual instead of asking me. It'll be true by the slip. If the bay needs anything before we—" "The bay will be ready, Captain." The driver clicked its little click, and she moved to the next mount, and Locke stood in the hatch a moment longer than he had any use for, and then left her to it. Locke went up toward the bridge through the sounds of a ship an hour from sailing, and did at last the arithmetic he had been declining to do since the commission reached his desk. The study needed Vale, or it proved nothing. It needed Halden, or it proved too much. And it needed this ship and this captain, the hull that had opened the road, a master the honors had made respectable, or nobody outside the survey would believe the Diligence was anything more than a drawer with a longer name. Every piece of it defensible. He'd have signed off any single piece himself. Assembled, it was a machine for coming home quiet, and Renwick had built it out of true statements and real care, and had poured him the good bottle over it. And none of that was new either. Locke had signed anyway. 18 months ago he had carried the truth to the proper channel and watched the channel close over it. And the road through the span had cost Silva his life and Vale her name, and there was no way to say any of that aloud, not to Renwick, whose office his own signature had passed through, not to Vale, who had stopped hearing him somewhere over the corridor's licensing, not to the board of inquiry that would one day ask him kindly why a decorated master had lent his reputation to a leash. He signed because the study was built to come home quiet, and because it was going with or without him, and because even a quiet study has to carry real instruments into real sky. Out there the finding wasn't a drawer. Out there it was weather. 2 days outbound, the sky failed to empty. Sol's defense lattice passed the Dawnward through with a courtesy of clearances, picket to picket, and beyond it the lanes should have gone lonely, the long leg to the span, where a survey crew had once got its last quiet before the work. Instead, the outbound lane carried them in company the whole way, ore trains out of the Mercer yards running nose to tail, a fabricator barge under tow with its tug swarm blinking around it like flies, a liner 3 decks deep in contract crews for the corridor stations, every hull of it riding the same thread of gold that ran out ahead of the Dawnward on the bridge plate and did not stop at the span any more. The far side showed solid, mouth to junctions, the whole reach marked, authenticated, dense as a city where the blank had been. Locke stood his watches and let the ship come back to him. The refit had moved half the sounds, the air handlers pitched lower now, the water ran quieter, and under the new sounds the old ship went on regardless, and the crew with her. Dawes flew the lane hand-flying half of it out of some private principle. Wells ran mast passes she could have delegated. Rook stood his boards in survey gray that still had the fold creases in it, and worked the traffic calls like a man who had grown up hearing them, because he had. Halden came up for the approach and stood at the plot rail, out of everyone's road, with the manifest feed scrolling at her elbow. She read the manifests the whole way in, not the traffic summary, the manifests themselves, hull by hull, tonnage and consignee, and port of registry, the corridor's whole appetite written out in lading. On the 3rd morning, Span Control called the queue. "Survey Dawnward, Span Control, good morning. You are slot 9 for the mouth. Follow the ore train on your plot. Hold interval at 2000 and mind the tug swarm off the barge ahead of her. Welcome back." "Control, Dawnward, slot 9, 2000, holding," Rook said. "Our thanks for the welcome." "Slot 9 and the cairns holding us to the meter." Dawes eased her into the interval behind a 1.5 kilometers of ore cans and settled in. "Last time through there was no slot and no cairn to give one, just us and the dark. I remember wishing for company." "Log the wish closed," Locke said, and Dawes's mouth went sideways and the queue crawled. Halden's voice came up for the approach and stood at the plot rail, out of everyone's road, with the manifest feed scrolling at her elbow. She read the manifests the whole way in, not the traffic summary, the manifests themselves, hull by hull, tonnage and consignee, and port of registry, the corridor's whole appetite written out in lading. On the 3rd morning, Span Control called the queue. "Survey Dawnward, Span Control, good morning. You are slot 9 for the mouth. Follow the ore train on your plot. Hold interval at 2000 and mind the tug swarm off the barge ahead of her. Welcome back." "Control, Dawnward, slot 9, 2000, holding," Rook said. "Our thanks for the welcome." "Slot 9 and the cairns holding us to the meter." Dawes eased her into the interval behind a 1.5 kilometers of ore cans and settled in. "Last time through there was no slot and no cairn to give one, just us and the dark. I remember wishing for company." "Log the wish closed," Locke said, and Dawes's mouth went sideways and the queue crawled. Halden's voice came up for the approach and stood at the plot rail, out of everyone's road, with the manifest feed scrolling at her elbow. She read the manifests the whole way in, not the traffic summary, the manifests themselves, hull by hull, tonnage and consignee, and port of registry, the corridor's whole appetite written out in lading.
"Thank you, Captain." She went back to the manifests, polite as a closed door. The queue moved, the barge went through with its tugs folded in tight,
Then the ore train, a kilometer and a half of lit cans drawn down into the mouth section by section, swallowed in an orderly way, on schedule, on somebody's manifest. The last time the Dawnward had made this crossing, there had been nothing on the far side but blank plate, no marks, no road, no license. And the only thing waiting in all that reach had been 6 seconds of a human voice that had waited 4 years for a road that did not exist. They had gone through alone and uncertified, carrying a sealed player and a question. Now the mouth wore approach lights, and the weight was measured in freight. Dawnward, span control. The mouth is yours. Fair roads. Control, Dawnward. Fair roads. Dawes took her up the line, unhurried among the marker buoys, and the mouth came on and took them the old way, light drawing long, the plate going briefly senseless, and then the corridor had them. Gold marks walking away down the plot toward the junctions, freight strung out ahead and freight strung out behind, on the road where the voice had once been the only traffic. Chapter 3. Terms of Reference. 4 days out from High Reach, the gold ran both ways. Vale kept the chart plate live while she worked, an old habit, older than the leash, and the Sable corridor lay across it in proven light, span to reach, end to end. A year and a half of licensed traffic had filled the road she had helped lay. Transponder stacks queued at every junction, ore strings inbound, fabricator stock and cell stock outbound, a tanker convoy holding short of Junction 5 for its slot. The blank that had once been the only honest edge on the map was the busiest road out of Seoul now, and the Dawnward, which had opened it alone, rode it in an assigned lane between 2 bulk carriers, cleared junction by junction through her own reach by a control authority that had not existed when she first crossed. Vale had expected to mind that. What she minded instead, 4 days in, was narrower, and it was open on the desk in front of her. The terms of reference ran to 9 pages, and she recognized her own work on every one of them. It was her survey design, the reference sample, the 2-epoch structure, the calibration transfers, the whole architecture she had built into the sealed expedition record. It was lifted out and handed back with amendments. Somebody at the board had understood exactly what they were narrowing. Instruments, the certified array fitted at refit and nothing else. Legacy instrument records inadmissible. Baselines, survey-calibrated observations only. Scope, reobservation of the attrition systems from the sanctioned survey line, results to be assessed against the standard endowment model within stated uncertainty. Uncertainty, every budget doubled, footnoted as conservatism. And under each observation interval, ruled and blank, a block for 2 seals, N. Vale, I. Halden. The finding under review was hers as well. A year and a half ago, she had put the whole of it into the expedition record under her seal. The cost of traversal did not spread evenly across the sky the way the official model promised. It pooled where the traffic ran. It fell hardest where the roads were few and narrow, and past the span, it was putting out whole systems in decades. The survey had filed the finding under further study, and Vale under pending review, and both files had stayed shut for a year. Then the due diligence needed to look like diligence, and there was exactly one cartographer whose name could make it look like anything at all. Her reinstatement had arrived through the same channel as her sidelining, worded, carefully, as an opportunity. Innes Halden sat across the chart table with her own copy and read it with her, not above it, not around it, through it, line by line. The oversight officer was mid-30s, survey gray without ornament, courteous the whole width of the document, and she read primary data. It was the first thing Vale had learned about her, and the least convenient. A supervisor who skimmed could have been routed around. Page 6, Halden said, the exclusions. Better you hear the reasoning from me than assemble it yourself. The founder logs, Vale said, and the sky charts. 120 years of dated observation between them. 120 years of uncalibrated observation. Authenticated and uncalibrated, both are true. Halden quoted it the way an engineer quotes the load limit off a rated beam. No pleasure in it and no apology either. The board's question is whether the finding stands on calibrated instruments alone. If it stands, Doctor, no committee alive can send it back a second time. That isn't the cage. That's the armor. Then I'd like the corridor anchors admitted as baseline. Seam state histories, continuous since licensing, certified by the network itself, public record. Certified for navigation, not for survey metrology. Halden turned the page. And a load correlation baseline assumes the methodology under review. A review can't presume its own conclusion. You would say the same of anyone else's work. Vale would have. She let the point stand and went to page 7. That morning, she opened a working file of her own and titled it Requests and Dispositions. Founder logs. Declined. Calibration. Sky charts. Declined. Calibration. Corridor anchors. Declined. Scope. Item, date, disposition. No adjectives. The survey's house style. She saw no reason to deprive the survey of it. The mast that had heard Ostrey's beacon before anyone, 4 years of witness in its floor captures, sat tagged in yard stores at High Reach, and the terms did not mention it. Vale entered that too under not raised. I'm not here to stop you finding things, Halden said at the hatch, stating her position once for the record in the voice she signed with. I'm here so that whatever you find, nobody can take it from you on procedure. She meant it. Vale had spent 4 days establishing that she meant it, which changed nothing about the 9 pages and made most of them worse.
The certified array was good. Vale would have said so of an enemy's instrument, and said it of this one in the log, where it counted. The yard had built it fast, cold-floored, and certain of itself. It needed learning rather than forgiving, which after 4 years of the mast was nearly restful. On the first full calibration leg, 5 days out, it took a reference spectrum so clean that for a while the bay was only the work. A star's fingerprint standing entire out of the dark, every line where physics put it, and Vale warm all the way through with the old particular pleasure of a true thing truly measured. The co-signature box came up over the spectrum, blinking for the day's 2 seals. Vale reran a calibration that did not need rerunning, was short with the plate for the rest of the watch, and would have disputed both observations if anyone had offered them to her. They found a rhythm inside the week, she and Halden, and the rhythm was a duel fought entirely inside the method. Vale proposed doubled integration time across the faintest third of the reference sample. Halden walked the schedule margins herself, granted it, and defended the cost in her own log as conservatism in the findings' favor. Vale flagged the array's thermal drift coefficient as optimistic. Halden had flagged it a day earlier, off the yard's own acceptance file, and the two of them spent an off-watch hour building a correction neither seal disputed. Then every third request died on scope, politely, and the annex grew a page. None of it was sabotage. Every clause was defensible. Vale had catalogued 14 defensible clauses by the 7th day, and the sum of them was a survey that could not find what she had found. The doubled budgets would swallow the residuals. Calibrated-only baselines cut the sky's certified memory from a century and more to 2 years. Scope ruled the cause out of order as contested. A finding needed a difference, a baseline, and a mechanism. The terms allowed her the difference, rationed the baseline, and fenced the mechanism.
Halden co-signed at watch change, morning and evening, and read what she signed. She took her meals at the survey plate. She asked short questions that were the right questions, thanked Vale for the answers, and logged every exchange in full, her own refusals included, under her own seal. Vale added that to no file. There was no category for it. Locke stopped at the cartography hatch on the 7th night out, off shift, a slate under his arm on some errand that had nothing to do with her. "Doctor, anything cartography needs." "Nothing the terms allow, Captain." Locke began something about the survey window then, and the margins he'd kept in it, and heard himself doing it, and let it go unfinished. "Good night, Doctor." "Captain." His footsteps went aft. She had called him Aidan once, the night she asked him to stand beside the proof. Both of them were still paying for his answer. The galley on the mid-watch kept a strict clientele, the watch coming off, the sleepless, and the pilot. Dawes had the corner table and a mug that had stopped steaming, corridor advisories scrolling on a slate propped against the urn, and he hooked the opposite chair out with his boot as Vale came in, which was the whole invitation. "Tower held us 9 hours at Junction 5 yesterday," he said, once she had her tea, "behind an oar string out of the Mercer yards, long enough to learn its transponders by heart. I saw the hold on the plate. Licensing case ran on 40 transits a week." Dawes turned the slate a half-turn toward her and kept drinking. "Control cleared 61 last week. Nobody amended the case. They just cleared them." Vale read down the advisory queue. Dwell times at the mid-corridor junctions, lengthening. 2 conditioning holds at Junction 7, inside 4 days, logged as scheduled, with nothing on the published maintenance schedule to condition. You could file the 61. To who? Tower knows. Tower cleared them. Dawes looked at the queue a moment longer, then at nothing. "It flies different this pass. Don't ask me for a number." "I wouldn't. Numbers are my half." Something that was nearly a smile went through him without arriving anywhere. He stood, racked the mug, and tapped the slate once. The share line blinked with her plate address on it. "Tower advisories are public. Nobody co-signs what a pilot leaves lying around." At the hatch, he added, in the tone he used for course corrections, "Get some sleep, Doctor. The corridor will still be there in the morning." Halden's relay slot came up at Junction 7 on the 9th night out. The board's weekly oversight report, tight beam, queued behind the freight manifests, 40 minutes at the least. And for the first time since High Reach, cartography had one seal in it. Vale had not exactly planned it. The advisories had sat on her plate for a day, read twice, itemized nowhere. Every anchor in the network wrote its own state into the open ledger, second by second. It always had. The road could not run otherwise. Reading it broke no term of reference. The terms governed findings, and this was not going to be a finding. It was for her. She pulled the corridor's 9 junction anchors, span mouth to the reach, and a year and a half of seam state for each. Draw per transit, recovery interval between transits, baseline. Then she took her own curve out of the sealed record, the projection the board had spent a year calling an overestimate, and laid it under the data. The first 20 minutes went on trying to make the result innocent, because that was the job. A heavier traffic mix since licensing, a firmware revision skewing the anchor self-reports, a scheduling artifact bunching the draws. The traffic mix was in the manifests, and she corrected for it. The firmware history was in the ledger, and she corrected for it. The artifact died on the conditioning holds themselves. The recovery interval stretched whether the traffic bunched or not. What stood after the corrections was simple. Recovery was lengthening at every junction on the corridor. Not evenly, but hardest where the road necked down, at the thin mid-corridor junctions where every transit crossed the same narrow ground. Concentration, not volume. Her own law, in her own reach, in the network's own handwriting. Scatter lands on both sides of a prediction. These residuals sat above her curve at 9 junctions out of 9. The cold arrived in her wrists before the fit statistics finished. The board had spent a year calling her projection the overestimate, contested, unsafe to license against, filed for further study. 9 junctions out of 9 now ran above it. The corridor was a year and a half old, and it was already outrunning the worst number anyone had ever put a seal to. Down the passage, the comms hatch cycled. Halden, back from assuring the board that the survey ran to protocol. It did. Vale's own annex proved it, item by item. She saved the overlay to her slate, unsealed, untitled, nowhere near the survey record, and shut the plate down to the chart. The corridor stood on it, end to end in proven gold, both directions moving. The tanker convoy cleared at last through Junction 5. On the morning sheet, the first interval of the 10th day stood ready for 2 signatures. Vale supplied hers. Chapter 4. Through Traffic. The queue at the second junction stood 9 ships deep, and the Dawnward rode its 7th between a bulk hauler flying Earth registry and a Reach-flagged tanker whose running lights wanted tuning. Wells had the survey watch. Under corridor rules, that meant a transit clock, an assigned lane, and permission to look, and she looked. Past the buoy line, the Sable Reach stood as rich as it had ever stood, stars laid on stars, reefs of them, dust lanes cutting dark channels through lit shoals, color down every register from arc white to banked ember. Nothing in the sky had changed, everything in front of it had. Nav boys walked their green strobe out across the approach, junction to junction, street lamps up a road that 2 years ago had been the blankest place the species owned. And along the lanes between them, the freight ran nose to tail, drive plumes feathered down to regulation, hulls heavy out and heavier back. A river of tonnage pouring through a sky she had helped prove 1 mark at a time. It was still the most beautiful thing she had ever been paid to look at. It had lane markings now. "Queue's moving," Rook said from the plate. "The hauler's taken lane 2. We're 6. Rook had the watch slate braced against his forearm the regulation way, done exactly to the diagram Wells had shown him 9 days ago, which meant he was performing it, which meant he was watching her out of the corner of his eye to see whether the performance read. Sable gray still sat on him like a borrowed coat. It was his first transit of the Reach from this side of a hall, his own sky, cued and buoyed and metered, arriving at him through Earth instruments. "Forget the queue," Wells said. "Corridor control flies the queue. Talk me through the aft quarter." "The aft quarter is sulking." "Numbers, please?" "Floor's clean. Amp stages 3 degrees under Silva's line at the top of the ramp, holding." He tipped the slate so she could check his readings against his mouth, which she no longer needed to do, and did anyway. "You gave me the 1/4 of this mast with a service history longer than my life. I've read it. 41 entries of no fault found, and then a planet. That's why you got it. Anyone can mind a healthy antenna." "An heirloom," Rook said. "You've given me an heirloom. On most ships they hand the new man a mop." The tanker astern of them got its lane. Wells watched Rook log the queue advance without being told, wrote her countersign, and let the watch run quiet a while, the Reach doing what the Reach did now. a triple-hulled ore carrier sliding down the outbound lane with its section lights green from bow to stern. A buoy tender loitering off the interchange with its cradle empty. And past all of it, unmetered, the shoals of stars going down tier after tier into dark, no schedule touched. 2 years ago, she had crossed into this sky with the whole watch crowded at the forward feed and had seen the first authenticated mark in the history of the Reach resolve on the plate, thin, then certain, then gold, and had said, "That mark is us," out loud in front of everyone, and gone red and stood by it. The mark was still there. It sat at the heart of this junction now, under a traffic overlay and a tariff schedule, load-bearing, and 400 crews a week steered by it who had never once had to wonder whether the sky ahead of them was real. That was the thing she kept arriving at, watch after watch, and not getting past. Wonder used to be the whole job. Now it was infrastructure. "Question," Rook said. "The tanker. Why does corridor control keep bumping her down the queue?" "You tell me. You're the one who grew up out here." "Because she's Reach flagged, encrewed by 4 cousins with a mortgage," Rook said, without heat, "and her transponder's 10 years past type, and nobody aboard has the licensing fees, so she pays in queue time. Everything at a junction is a price. That part didn't need Earth. Earth just wrote it down." Then, tipping his chin at the plate, at the small gold mark under the interchange overlay. "Yours?" "Ours. We seeded it on the first survey leg. There was nothing here then, no road, no buoys, nothing to steer by. It held the whole Reach up on its own for about a month." "And now it's got a toll booth on it? Congratulations." The handler's voice came up on the traffic band, flat and even, the same voice at every junction from the span to the survey line, and gave them their slot. "Survey vessel, lane 4 when the board clears. Mind the through traffic." Wells acknowledged, signed the watch log over to the relief, and stood a last moment at the feed while the Dawnward swung her bow for the lane, the buoys strobing them forward, the freight sliding past above and below, the Reach beyond it all still burning in tears like the first morning of the world. 1600 tomorrow, she told Rook. "Boat bay. Bring the slate and gloves." "Where are we going?" "Back to the start," Wells said. Silva's daybook sat on its shelf in the engine room, between the spare gauge glasses and a jar of thread compound nobody else was permitted to buy, because the brand had changed hands and the new stuff, in Silva's recorded opinion, was grease with ambitions. The current watch kept the shelf dusted and the book where his hands had left it. Nobody had ever proposed moving it. The proposal would not have survived. Wells copied the limit tables for the old survey heads onto her slate on the morning of the 13th day out, working down his columns, the crossed sevens, the pressure he put on a decimal point when he meant it, to the margin note under the ramp figures, in the hand she could still hear, "Runs hot on her best day. Stage her up gentle or buy me a new one." She took the boat out at 1600 with Rook in the second seat. The second station stood off the corridor where the Dawnward had left it 2 years ago, and it took Wells the whole final approach to find the station inside what the corridor had built around it. The original spar, their spar, swung out of the ventral bay by her own watch, now carried a relay stack 3 times its mass, a corridor transponder in a green service jacket, a buoy tender's docking cradle, and cable runs in freight standard orange that crossed the old survey lines at whatever angle paid. At the center of all of it, small as a keel bone in a whale, sat the node casing she had helped commission, and riveted across its survey stencil, neat and square, a corridor asset tag, licensed anchor, do not disturb. "They tagged your own instrument back at you," Rook said, on the suit channel. "It's load-bearing now. Half the lane geometry at the junction disciplines off this clock, and this clock keeps to the cairns back at the mouth the way every clock on the road does." Wells brought the boat in against the service cradle with a quarter of the fuss the manual budgeted, and did not say the other thing, which was that the asset tag was riveted, and rivets went through, and somewhere under that tag, 2 lines of stencil gave the station's first authentication and the name of the ship that had made it. The relay had been planted to prove a lane for a season. Nothing out here stayed temporary. The cairn could certify the whole road and service none of it, so the corridor had quietly promoted every spare instrument it owned, this one among them. The work was honest and cold. 2 survey heads to swap, the capture cores to recover, 2 years of floor recordings, logged by an instrument that talked to nobody and missed nothing, and a re-baseline for Vale, to the approved profile, initialed and time-stamped. Rook worked well in vacuum, better than the Academy diagrams worked. Hands quick and short-moving, a man who had patched hull for wages before Earth ever paid him to. Wells caught the error at the second head. Rook had the fresh unit seated true and was dialing its ramp to the corridor book spec, clean, current, certified, and 40% steeper than the figures on her slate. "Stop there. Why is the old profile staged the long way?" "Because it's old," Rook said. "Book says these heads take the full ramp. New unit, new book." "New unit, old spar, old amp stages, no yard for 200 million kilometers. You're not wrong about the head." Wells turned her slate so his lamp caught the columns and the crossed sevens. "Silva wrote these limits when the Reach was 4 weeks old. She runs hot on her best day. You take her up gentle, or you explain to the interchange why half its lane geometry lost its clock." She let him look as long as he wanted, which was longer than most people looked. "Rule is, you don't change anything out here until you can say why it's built the way it's built. I bought that rule on Ostry, trimmed a pump governor to Academy spec because the swing offended me, and blacked out the pump house and a kiln bank inside the hour. Silva made me log it under my own name. Cheapest thing I ever got for free." Rook restaged the ramp to Silva's columns without a word, checked it twice, and handed the slate back, the while looking somewhere past her shoulder. "Thank you," he said, to the relay stack, roughly. "You're welcome," Wells told the relay stack. The cores came out of the casing one at a time, warm-handed, even through gloves, or that was the impression her hands insisted on. Before she closed the panel, Wells put one glove flat on the original casing, on the metal itself where the asset tag ended, and left it there through a slow count of nothing in particular. The station rang faintly under her palm. Coolant, clock, the small workings, the same as a hull rings, the same as the Dawnward rang the first time Silva stood her at a live panel and told her to put her hand on it and learn the difference between running and running right. The station was running. She racked the cores, sealed the panel, and flew them home. Vale took delivery in the cartography bay that evening, under the survey plan that papered the aft bulkhead. The whole expedition mapped into intervals, and on every interval, neat as print, the co-signature, Halden. Vale logged the cores as recovered media, reduction pending approval, in a voice with no weather in it at all, and only then, turning the first core over in her fingers, warmed by 1/2 degree. 2 years of floor captures, Vale said. An instrument nobody visited, nobody argued with, and nobody told what it was allowed to notice. The most honest witness in the Reach. "It's better out there than we left it," Wells said. because the feeling had been climbing her throat all day, and she had never once in her life kept one down successfully. Isn't it? The buoys, the lanes. Nobody flies blind. Nobody's lost. It's better. I keep waiting for somebody senior to say it's better. It's busier, Vale said. 411 transits through the second junction last week. I counted them off the public plate. Counting is still on my approved list. The core went into the reader. Better is a finding. Findings want baselines. Ask me at the end of the survey. The long interchange came up on the 16th day out, and it was the biggest thing human beings had ever built in the Reach. 6 lanes braided through a buoy field the size of a small moon's orbit, marshalling space stacked 4 deep with freight riding to schedule, and 1 lane peeling south off the trunk toward a star Wells knew without the plate. Amber and patient, and 1 junction over from all this traffic. Austrey's sun had not been on the survey line since High Reach, and it sat in the corner of the forward feed like a coal in a dark grate, and she made herself finish the watch checks before she looked at it twice. Interchange 6, Rook said. We hold the survey berth an hour, and then we're cleared south for the settlement run. Sethi's been packed for 2 days. Then we've got an hour. Sit down. Last lesson of the week. Wells pulled the deep archive up onto the survey board. The old handshake format, pre-corridor, a protocol so far out of date the decoder kept flagging it for retirement, and keyed the mast to the frequency written in the Dawnward's own first logs of the Reach. The setup took 4 minutes. Explaining what it was took longer, because her hands had gone careful on the keys, and Rook, who read hands in rooms for a living, had stopped making jokes before she said a word. 2 years ago, 12 days out of High Reach, this quarter of that mast pulled a voice up out of a sky where there was no road, no node, and nothing to carry it. Right here, this junction is here because of what answered us here. Everything you rode in on, the lanes, the buoys, 400 transits a week, all of it grew out of a beacon 2 generations old saying the same thing over and over into the dark on the chance that somebody, someday was listening. She slid the board across to him. The old emitter still on Austrey, and Austrey still 1 junction south, so send the acknowledge the way the ship sent it then. It's in the archive. I want you to have done it once. There are maybe 10 people alive who've been answered by that thing, and I'm teaching you the Reach, so you're going to be 11. Rook keyed the old acknowledge and sent it, precise as a man signing something. The band came back at once, flat and even, the voice of every junction from the span to the survey line. Vessel transmitting legacy format. State tonnage, class, and lane request. Unrecognized traffic will hold for the through traffic. Rook's hands stayed on the board. On the feed, the marshalling lanes went on running their freight to schedule, green from bow to stern, all the way down toward the amber star. That's the handler, he said. That's just the handler. The band's inside the licensed plan now. The interchange answers everything on it. It's in the traffic supplement. I read it at High Reach. And then he stopped defending the road he'd grown up under, because Wells had brought the gain up, a hair at a time, the same slow, careful climb another watch officer had taught her at this frequency 2 years ago. Under the handler, under the freight chatter and a buoy sink and the clean, licensed noise of the busiest sky in the Reach, at the very floor of the band, the loop was still there. An old woman, worn to threads and carried carefully, saying, "To whoever opened the road, we are still here." And a man's voice after her, deep, level, 2 generations younger and old itself now. "If this reaches Earth, Do not open the road wider. Then the handler, over the top of both, assigning lane 3 to a tanker. Rook stayed quiet a long moment. The joke he would have made a week ago went wherever his jokes went under weight, and what was left was the reader of rooms reading her. "Whose voices?" he said. "You know them." The second is O'Dye. The speaker, he's on the settlement world now. You'll stand in a room with him inside a week, and you don't mention this because I say so and I'll owe you. The first is his grandmother, speaker before him. She's better than 40 years in the hill, and it's her mast still saying it. Hers and 293 people's, one junction south of all this freight. Wells took the gain back down, and the old voices sank under the traffic floor, and the band was clean and busy and licensed again, wall to wall. Log the contact. As what? The slate was ready. Rook's voice had gone quiet and precise, his pressure voice, the one that came out when the room mattered. Handler performed to specification, bands licensed, allocations published, beacon carrier verified present beneath the floor, both recordings intact. There's no fault in any of it, Wells. What's the finding? There's no finding. Then say the thing, Rook said. You're always about to say a thing. Something's wrong with it. Yes. What? Wells looked at the board, where the numbers sat in their green columns being correct, the handler answering on the old frequency to specification, the loop intact beneath it to specification, the queue advancing to schedule, every mark on the plate proven, every hull accounted for, nobody lost, nobody flying blind, the road wider and safer and richer than the two people on that recording could ever have dreamed, saying into it forever the two sentences nobody had ever answered. I don't know, she said. Everything's working. That's as far as I can get. Log it honest.
Rook logged it honest and initialed it, and Wells countersigned. And at the top of the hour the handler cleared them off the survey berth, south for the settlement run. The interchange fell astern through the aft feed, buoys, lanes, marshalling stacks, freight to the horizon of the instruments, magnificent, orderly, bought and paid for.
On the old band, at the floor of it, the loop came round again, and the old woman said to whoever had opened the road, "We are still here." And the handler answered the next ship in the queue. Chapter 5. The Ledger of Names. 17 days out from High Reach, the Dawnward's boat put Sethi down on a world that had never once tried to kill anybody, and he walked into the valley carrying 2 kilograms of paper. The Farron called it the Lent World. Earth's resettlement charts gave it a catalog number and a district grid, and the Farron had studied the number courteously and gone on saying what they meant. 5 settlements stood strung along 20 kilometers of river. The kiln town high up where the clay ran, the river hotting at the water, 3 farm holdings down the good slopes. And in a year and a half they had dug a third of their houses shoulder deep into hillsides whose winters asked no such thing, roofed them in turf, and set the doors against a weather that never came. An Earth engineer's report had put the word habit on that. Sethi had read the report, let it stand, and entered a different word in his own book. The sun here was yellow-white and high and entirely ordinary, one more star out of the catalog Earth's poets had stopped noticing, and it could not be looked at. The Farron worked under woven brims, eyes made for a red world running wet in this one's noon, and on the river path a minder had a line of small children facing her, bare-headed, chanting back the rule she gave them, not to look. Not even at the going down, not even through smoke.
On Ostri, that teaching went out with the sky, Ordai said beside him. The speaker had come down the path at his own pace, as though 17 days and a year and a half were the same length of absence, and had fallen into step without greeting, because between them greeting was no longer required. There was no need left. Here the children learn a live son like a language. How does it sit with them? The children, they learn. Ordai watched the line of small faces a moment. It is the grown who forget. We had a burn or two the first summer, old eyes trying an old habit on a young sky. They walked. Ordai asked after the ship, and after the one who stood kin at the fourth shroud. And then, in the exact place in the order where it had always come, the question that on Ostri had come first. How does the road stand? Open, Seti said. Wide. There's freight at the junctions where we first walked in. Queues of it. We asked for narrow. You did. Ordai took that the same way he had taken the news of a boat overhead, or a field given up, without surprise, and without letting it be nothing. They went on along the river, and the speaker's business went on around him as he walked. A man out of the lower holding fell in beside them for 200 meters over a matter of a shared pump. A woman put a question from a doorway about kiln shares and got 3 words that satisfied her. The resettlement office had drawn the allotments by lot, family names out of a drum, and fairness had scattered kin like grit. Ordai had spent the first season walking the lots and trading them back into cents, household by household, until brothers held adjoining ground and the old orchard families were together on the south slopes, none of which stood in any earth record, all of which stood in Sathis. At the crossroads above the river holding, someone had set a bench of gray stone, cut square, facing the water. Ostri stone. Sathi did not need to ask. It had come out as ballast in a keel, and it was the speaking yard now, the whole of it, benches for one. The keel comes in before the quarter moon, Ordai said, when they parted at the holding. Letters, stone for the first hill, and the year's tables for Vesa. His eyes went along the bright river, up the valley, out of old habit to the sky, and came down. Stay for it, roadmaker. Some of the letters will want readin' twice. That evening and the next day, Sathi walked his lists, door to door, the work the survey's itinerary called contact maintenance. What he kept was a ledger of names, households, kin lines, trades taken up and put down, the idiom moving under the words. Within a year the road had doubled, so that it meant the lane between holdings now, and the old meaning had gone formal, a pitch lower in the mouth. The count had stood at 1,563 when the keels made harbor. Berths had moved it one direction since, a low rise above the river holding, which the Farron called the first hill, had moved it the other. Of the 5 settlements he could have walked blind, and the 51 he had carried in the Dawnward's hold were through 4 of them now, and at each of those doors somebody fed him and put a child in front of him and told him a name to write, and he wrote it in his best hand and was as glad at the work as he had ever been at anything, and checked the gladness twice before he trusted it. They had built Vesa's long room before they built the mill. It stood at the river holding with its back into the slope, dry stone below and their own glass above, the roof panes angled to a north light that never touched the racks. Inside, the kindred's ledgers ranked in oiled cloth as they had ranked in the ship hall on Ostri, and 2 of the young sat copying at the far bench, learning Vesa's hand, because a hand was also a thing a people could lose. One rack stood empty.
Its shelves were spaced to a measure SETI recognized, and he kept his eyes off it the way you keep your eyes off a healing wound, and failed, and Vesa caught him at it. "For the ship's logs," she said. "The seals stayed in the hill with the kindred. The shelf can wait longer than Earth can." He unwrapped his 2 kilograms of paper on her bench. Earth's archival sky, the far end of the road, the same 120 years of nights her tables kept, as the survey's old stations had recorded them, printed close and bound plain, the thing she had asked him for in the ship hall the first week they had ever spoken. Vesa undid one corner, read down a column for a while with her chin coming up by degrees, and wrapped it again with the 2-handed care she kept for her own volumes. "I said once that we might have something to say to each other." "You did." "We have something to say to each other." She set the bound sky on the rack beside her grandmother's tables, where the 2 records stood spine to spine, a conversation 5 generations long that neither side had known it was having. Then, because she was Vesa, she took up her pen. "The manifest, while you are standing there. You will want the winter's entries." The manifest lay open on the center table, the current volume, the kindred's own rolling book that had come out on the first keel wrapped in 3 cloths. Every Farron ever lifted or landed or born, 5 generations deep in a dozen hands. The newest page had 11 lines. SETI read down the place column and found the same 3 words at every birth, steady as a heartbeat, in Vesa's exact script, "Born on the road." "Landfall did not close the manifest," Vesa said, watching him read. "Neither did the lift." The last entry was 9 days old, a girl at the kiln town, and beside the name somebody's unpracticed hand, a parent's, permitted the 1 line, had added the small mark that in the old pages meant thriving. SETI copied the 11 names into his own book, and the mark too. On the corner of her bench, a new table stood open, thin still, a few seasons of figures. He turned it toward himself and found the Lent world sun in it, kept nightly in the old columns. Begun, he checked the first date, the first clear night after the keels came down. "What does it say?" "A well sun," Vesa said. "So far, a dull table." She took it back and squared it on the bench. "The keel brings the year from home. That table will not be dull. My grandmother's post is kept. Roadmaker, 3 hands, 2 settlements. 2 of the hands I taught myself. The watching came out with us, and it also stayed." The eldest of the 51 had a kiln again. It went into the hillside, above the clay pits, the way her kilns had always gone into hillsides, and Sethi climbed up to it on the 3rd day, and found her firing, sleeves rolled, ordering 2 men twice her size around the stacking with a tilt of her chin. She looked him over, as though checking him against a bill of lading, decided he would do, and put him to carrying saggers, which put him on his heels inside the hour, which satisfied everybody present. "The one who stood kin at the 4th shloud," she said, at the rest, without preamble. "Does he keep the vow?" "He wears survey gray now, an officer, the first of the cousin lines to do it." "An officer?" She fed the fire and watched it draw. "When you see him, tell him the 4th shloud has its stone." Tekka came down to the yard with a full clay hod on one shoulder, and set it at the wedging bench gently, with the exaggerated care of a man who has learnt the hard way what his hands now weigh. He had grown into the shoulders that had been waiting for him. The ulti-world's pull was Austria's pull, with a third forgiven, and it showed in how everything he touched had to be touched twice as kindly. A youth no longer, or only at the edges. He clasped Sethi's forearm in the grown men's grip, which was new, and grinned, which was not, and the grin had a shorter life than it used to have. "You told me once I would be strong, strongest man in the town." "I remember." So, Tekka turned one hand over, examined it without affection. "Strong. I cracked 3 panes this winter learning to be. Strong for what? Sagors?" "The keel," Sethi said, "because 30 years of listening buys you some right to shortcuts. Have you asked?" "3 times." "And been answered 3 times," the eldest said from the kiln mouth, not looking around. Tekka's jaw set, and he took the argument they had plainly worn smooth between them and put it away unfought in front of company. He walked Sethi back down toward the pits instead, and the anger came out sideways at the road, the safer target. "The keel's people talked," he said. "You called at the junction where the first words between the 2 crews were ever spoken, where Odai had stood in the open, and the whole first year of the knowing of each other had begun. A machine answered you now, with a birth number and a queue time." "The first words," Tekka said. "A machine and a number in a queue." "I know. I've heard it answer." They heard, "Do not open the road wider." He said it in the old register, the beacon's exact syllables, 5 generations of formality picked up and set down, like a tool he'd been cleaning. Everyone on Earth heard it. You played it in their assemblies, you told me. And the road is a market. He looked at Sethi then, and the look asked what the words had not, and it was a thing no friend could answer. Sethi walked beside him and left it where it was. At the pits, Tekka stopped and made an Earth clerk's voice, high and quick and running. "Households of 6 or more may apply for adjacency," and the pit crew laughed from the chest, all together, and the laugh was real and lasted half as long as the laugh Sethi remembered, and Tekka went back to work without waiting for it to finish. The keel came over at midday 2 days later. The sound arrived first, the old keel thunder rolling down off the ridge, and the kiln town came up out of the ground to meet it. Doors stood open. Work stopped where it was. Children ran along the walls with their faces up, and the grown came out into the lanes and shaded their eyes with flat hands and watched the long hall walk its shadow up the valley. And nobody whistled, and nothing was capped, and no door became hillside. Sethi stood in the lane among them with his own face up. He had once watched a town empty itself at the sight of one strange boat, under a minute, quick without hurry. The same people came out of the ground now to look up at a coming ship, and he wrote nothing and put the pencil away and looked with them. Tekka watched the keel until the ridge took it, and then picked up the hod before anyone had to tell him. The keel put down at the landing ground above the river holding, and the unloading ran the rest of the day, quiet and ordered, half the district lending hands. Stone came off first. Austri stone, cut squared at the home quarries by the staying, 1 block to each family that had buried on the first hill, the Lent world's dead getting their own ground's weight on them at last. The blocks went on to barrows and away up the rise with 2 walkers apiece, and nobody hurried them. Then the letters, in a sealed crate that the keel's master opened on the ramp in front of witnesses, in the old form, and the district's names were said one at a time and answered one at a time, and the letters were carried off to be read where kin could stand together. The woman who had rewebbed the Dawnward's pallets on the transit out was rigging cargo nets at the ramp foot, her weave as close and even as ever. Her name was said in its turn. She took the letter to the edge of the ground and read it standing, twice, and then folded it away inside her jacket and came back to the nets, and her hands picked up exactly where they had left the knot. "My sister," she said to Seti, over the work. "2 births in the birthhouse this winter, both thriving." She drew a knot home. She writes that the summer was short. She held out the working end to him, and he took up the tension, and they webbed the load down to the deck ring together with her knots and his hands, and neither of them said anything else, and the silence was not the one from 2 years ago, on the ship, when he had spoken wrongly and not known it. This one they both understood. The keel's master was Seti's age, stooped from a working life, with the deep home pitch gone gravelled. Seti found him at dusk by the ramp, going down his lading book with a lamp, and asked after the staying, and the master answered in the manner of a man rendering an account he had carried carefully. The pump crew cut channels through river ice this year, in the month called summer. The planters had moved the beds again, down slope, chasing the light. The birthhouse kept its fires through the season the tables named for heat, and the young went to the pumps in pairs now, Morrow's order, so that nobody watched the sky alone. And Morrow himself? Walks the beds with the planters, peeps his word where it was. The master closed the lading book on his thumb. He was asked, before we lifted, whether the road should be told how it stands with the sun. A pause, not for effect, but for accuracy. He said, "Tell them what they already know." It was full dark when Tekka came to fetch him, and said only that Vesa wanted him, and walked him down to the long room, and then did not leave, standing inside the door with his back to the stone. 2 tables lay side by side on the center bench under the lamp. Her grandmother's, browned in the hand Sethi knew from 100 hours of her archive, and the years, new off the keel, 3 hands taking turns down its columns, none of them hers. For 5 generations the Ferren had counted their son in panes of smoked glass. How many a watcher stacked at noon before the disk could be born? It made no instrument any earth board would certify, and it had run 120 years without one clear night missed. Sethi knew the columns the way he knew the manifest. He read where Vesa's finger set him reading, down the noon counts, and read it again, and the lamp went on burning perfectly steadily, while something under his ribs tipped and slid. "My grandmother's keeping loses 1 pane," Vesa said. "1 across the whole of it, a working lifetime. The year you were reading loses 1 since the lift." The finger moved to a 3rd column, dense with fractions. "They have begun splitting panes. Whole ones have gone too coarse to catch the fall." The glass! His mouth had gone dry. If the smoking recipe drifted. "The recipe is mine, off my own bench. The stayer's panes and my panes were cut from 1 melt, and the melt is logged." She had the answer racked before the question reached her, and there was no satisfaction anywhere in her voice. 3 hands, 2 settlements, cross-copied. The hands disagree in nothing. First frost is in there too. The river, the beds. Ask your next question, roadmaker. "When does it turn?" "The tables turn in the 2nd month after the freight began." Vesa straightened and put her hands away from the paper. "That is the table speaking. I keep records. I do not say what they mean." The stayer's roll stood on the shelf above her bench in Sethi's own fair hand. Every name, 293 of them. And the birthhouse had added 2 this winter, both thriving. He stood in the good lamplight of the long room, in the archive of a people who wrote everything down and had never once been believed in time, and the cold got into his hands anyway. "Copy it for me," he said. "I'll carry it up." Vesa laid the packet on the bench between them. Oiled cloth, wrapped square, corded in her own knots. "It is made. I made it the night the master handed the year across." She pushed it the width of her hand toward him. "Give it to the one who wanted my grandmother's names beside their marks. She reads the table as it is kept." Tekka stepped away from the door to let Sethi pass, and did not make it easy with a joke, and had none of his faces on. "Walk fast, roadmaker," he said.
The boat took the early window on the 6th morning from the landing ground with the keel standing over it. Odai came up to see him off, at his own pace, in the first light. On the rise above the river, holding the new stones, stood pale among the older graves, still unweathered, the only things on the lent world that had been made from Austri's ground. Below, the glass roofs of the river holding threw the sun back in one long line. "We asked once that the road be kept narrow," Odai said. "The answer was freight." He looked at the packet under Sethi's arm, and then at Sethi, wide dark eyes steady in the young light. "When Earth has read her own tables back, come and tell me what Earth says, yourself, roadmaker, not a letter. Then I will come and say it." Odai nodded once, the nod that settled matters, and stood back from the ramp. The boat went up through a morning with no weather in it. Sethi kept the packet on his knees the whole climb, one hand on the cord, and raised the ship before the valley had finished shrinking under him. "Comms, Sethi, ask Dr. Vale to be at her plate when I come up." The link idled a moment, and he watched the river go to a bright thread through the window, 5 settlements strung on it like knots in a net. "Tell her I'm bringing her the stayer's year." Chapter 6. Ahead of Schedule. The numbers came aboard smelling of the hold that had carried them, coolant, resin, somebody's dinner eaten over the crate. 20 months of the stayer's sky, copied out in 4 different hands on sheets gone soft from handling, and Sethi laid them along the survey bay bench in date order, which he had already worked out, and then stepped back and hovered. Vale read the top sheet without picking it up. "These are copies." "Copies of copies, I know." Sethi's hands moved while he talked, squaring corners that were already square. "The originals never leave the watch hill. They show a pilgrim the sealed ledger and let her recite against it until her copy is word perfect, and then the copy rides home in somebody's freight kit. I watched a woman check 40 lines from memory before she would let me transcribe one. It isn't a filing system, it's a liturgy. But it is a disciplined liturgy, Nora. I'd swear to the discipline in front of any board you... Who reads the sun? 9 watchers, in pairs. One reads the meter aloud, one marks. And the pairs are kept apart until the thirds are sealed. Sethi touched the margin of the oldest sheet, where a second column of figures ran beside the first. Vesa's grandmother's protocol. They kept it going after the lift. They kept everything going. The meter. They'll turn the sheet toward the light, the one the evacuation left on the watch hill. Your own survey issue. They read it at local noon. Every noon there's a sky. It's 20 months from calibration. It reads a sealed check cell before every noon reading. Sethi found the column for her, halfway down the margin. The check numbers ride along. That was the grandmother's habit, too. She checked her own eyes for 40 years, so they checked the instrument. They'd be insulted that you asked, and then they'd approve of you. Vale worked down the column with a stylus, not marking, just moving. The check figures sat flat to the 3rd place, 20 months without a tremor. The sun figures did not sit flat. "Why does this ride a freight kit?" she said. "There are nodes the length of the corridor.
One packet, and I'd have had it 18 months ago, authenticated. Sethi was quiet a moment, which in Sethi meant the answer cost something. The stayers put nothing on the network, Morrow's rule. Nothing of theirs rides the road that... He stopped himself and finished somewhere flatter. It comes down the mountain by hand, or it doesn't come. So the record with the most to say has the least standing to say it.
Yes. Sethi pulled a slate from under his arm and set it by the sheets. My conversion tables. Their intervals to ship days, their year to hours. I did it on the transit up, and then I did it again because the first time I hoped I'd made an error somewhere. His voice picked up speed. I'm not a cartographer, Nora. I know the difference between a linguist's arithmetic and yours. That's why I brought it straight here. But I put their last 8 intervals against the curve from the lift, and the readings are coming in under it. Not scattered under it and leaving. Every interval worse than... Sethi. Vale said it without heat, and he stopped. You carried it up. Let me carry it now. He gathered himself, and for a moment the fear sat in plain view on a face built for delight. How bad is it? Ask me tomorrow, and I'll have earned an answer. At the hatch he paused, one hand on the frame. The pilgrim recited 40 lines with her eyes shut, word perfect, in a freighter's mess with strangers eating around her. I've spent my life around people who keep records because records are power. These people keep them because... Whatever the end of it was, he took it with him down the passage. Vale cleared her evening co-signatures in 11 minutes, laid Sethi's tables beside the sheets, and pulled her own baseline out of the expedition record, Austrey's sun, surveyed from orbit during the lift, sealed to the instrument serials. Then she put the stairs 20 months against it and stood looking at the plate for a while, and the bay was warm, and she pulled her sleeves down over her hands anyway. Sethi's tables were clean. That was the first thing settled, and she gave the settling a full hour it did not strictly need, because every hour spent on the tables was an hour the plate stayed off. The rest of the night went to killing it. The meter could be lying. She took the check cell column apart, interval by interval, flat to the 3rd place, no drift, no step, no seasonal wobble tracking the valley's temperature swing. A meter that had quietly died would drag its check numbers with it. This one's check numbers were the steadiest thing on the sheet. The copying could be corrupt. 3 Pilgrim copies had come down in 20 months by 3 different routes, their seasons overlapping. Vale laid the overlaps against each other, and they agreed to the mark. The liturgy was what Sethi said it was. Her baseline could be wrong. She re-derived it from the raw frames, serial by serial, and it stood. During the lift, she had told the captain that Austrey's sun had decades, and by the numbers she had, it had been true. By the numbers she had now, the sun had shed 4/100ths of its light in 20 months. Her curve allowed 1/100th in that span. At the outside, with the error bars leaning on it, and the 4/100ths were not spread evenly down the sheets. More than half had come in the last 5 intervals. Not a step, which would have said instrument or flare cycle or any of a dozen mercies. A bend. Each interval's shortfall larger than the last, in a record kept by people who read their executioner at noon and sealed the thirds. The valley agreed. Annexed to the youngest sheet, in a 4th hand, somebody had kept the frost dates. First frost creeping down the farmed terraces earlier each season. A crude witness that had no business being as orderly as it was. Corroboration that cost nothing. She flagged it as exactly that. The meter was the case. The frost was the valley saying it out loud. Then she pulled the loads. None of this part was hidden. It had never been hidden.
The tie-in junction where the new corridor met the old deep trunk was licensed infrastructure now, and every traversal through it since the licensing was in the open ledger, published, proven, gold, down to the tonnage class. It had simply been nobody's task to lay the freight record and a Farm Valley's frost dates on the same plate. Vale laid them on the same plate. The tie-in had carried more authenticated traversal in 20 months than the trunk had logged in its entire recorded life. She had run the comparison once already, a fortnight ago, in an unsupervised minute she was not going to get back, and had been carrying the result unlogged ever since, the corridor's appetite outrunning every assumption in her model's licensing annex. Now she put the loads where they belonged in the model, against the one system that sat a single junction off the interchange. Her model had a threshold in it, and she had never liked the country on the far side. Below the threshold, corridor load took years off a star's far end, a debt on a scale nobody would live to audit. Above it, the response stopped being polite. Each month of traffic cost more than the month before, and the end stopped being a date and became a slope. She had written that regime up in one dry annex and hoped aloud, in front of a review board, never to see it outside the mathematics. At chart scale, the tie-in sat one junction over from Austrey's sun, close enough that her thumb, laid flat on the plate, covered both. Under her thumb, 20 months of licensed freight. Beside it, 20 months of sealed thirds, bending. The fit put the junction past her threshold at about the time the licensing opened full freight, and it put Austrey's sun exactly where a bending record said it was. She spent the last dark hours before watch change arguing the other side. Coincidence of sighting, some local stellar pathology, the old graveyard argument that the Reach had been dying long before anyone wrote it, and the columns came out the old way, what she could say and what she couldn't, and for once the first column was the longer one. What she could not say was when. The fit gave a window 3 intervals wide, and it would not stand still. Every fresh reading moved the near edge nearer. She built the package before she slept, because she was not going to sleep. 9 annexes, the sheets imaged to the grain of the paper, the chain of custody, 4 hands long, named where the pilgrims permitted, and attested by Sethi where they didn't. The check cell record, the copy's concordance, the frost dates, flagged as free corroboration, the baseline rederivation, the loads from the open ledger, the fit, with the regime stated in the model's own terms, and the window given honestly, 3 intervals wide. Annex 9 was the shortest and cost the most, a dated account of the load comparison she had run a fortnight ago without authorization, in full, timestamps included. If the finding was going to live, it would live with its provenance told straight. She had watched what a contested seal did to a true number, and she was not going to hand anyone the shortcut. On top of the annexes, she put the request, in the format the terms of reference prescribed. Expedition retasking, resurvey of Austrey's primary with the Dawnward's calibrated mast, a fortnight against the schedule, there and back. From the sanctioned line, Austrey's light ran years stale. The meter on the watch hill was the only present tense instrument that sky had, and it was 20 months of calibration and carried by hand. 1 fortnight turned a liturgy into an authenticated record. At 0447, she keyed the package into the oversight queue, and the receipt came back before she had straightened. Logged, pending review. The phrase had a history. Vale shut the plate. The summons was on her plate before breakfast the next morning. Oversight Office, 0800. Halden had cleared her whole morning for it. The Oversight Office was the smallest working cabin on the deck and the most orderly,
and Vale's 9 annexes were up on its wall plate, all 9 open. The margins of Haldon's own slate carried worked figures in a small, frugal hand, the loads resummed, the concordance rerun, the window rederived. She had not skimmed it. She had done the arithmetic. "Thank you for Annex 9, Haldon said, before anything. You didn't owe the Q that. Completeness isn't a gift. The finding has to survive its own account. It does. I've been up with it since 3. Haldon turned the wall plate slightly, the frost annex forward. "One question first. A farmed valley drains cold air. One bad drainage year reads as a dim one. Why should anyone believe the frost?" "They shouldn't. They should believe the meter. The frost is corroboration that costs nothing, and it's flagged as exactly that in Annex 4. "So it is. I wanted to hear you say it." Haldon looked at the sheets a moment longer, at the sealed thirds, the twin columns marching. "Whoever keeps their thirds writes a fine hand," she said, and there was nothing in it but what it was. Then she set the slate down flat, and the room came to order around the gesture. "What I believe, what I can do, what I can't, in that order, and I'll take questions on all 3. Haldon ticked the first off against a finger. "I believe the meter, I believe your baseline, and I believe the bend. I reran your concordance myself, and I couldn't shake it. What the bend means is a different category of claim, and neither of us is licensed to certify it alone. That isn't doubt, Dr. Vale. That's the terms we both signed. The terms were drawn at High Reach 8 months before that data existed. Which is what referral is for." Haldon turned the slate so Vale could see the transmission order already drafted on it. "What I can do. The full package goes home in tonight's synchronization, flagged for priority convening, my signature beside yours on the transmission. Your retasking request goes with it, as submitted, carrying oversight's note that I do not oppose a board-authorized diversion. And Annex 9 enters the record as a methodological disclosure, not as a violation, not as a favor to you. Prejudicing the source would prejudice the finding, and I won't do the board's carelessness for it. And what you can't? I can't certify. The meter is 20 months from calibration, and the chain of custody is 4 hands long. Devout hands, I don't dispute a line of it, but the regulations don't have a schedule for devotion, and I won't move this ship off its terms of reference. Not for a fortnight, not for this." Vale kept her voice where she kept it. "The mast settles it in a fortnight. Everything in that queue is argument. The mast is an answer."
"Settles it for whom?" Haldon asked, and it was a real question, kindly meant, which made it worse. "Walk it forward with me. Say the mast confirms every number in this package. What follows is not this ship doing anything. 293 people do not ride home on a survey ship. What follows is keels, martial authority, corridor allocations, board sanction. High Reach moving at scale against its own licensing income on the word of an expedition it convened because the last finding was contested. That word has to be unimpeachable. The day we work outside terms is the day everything we bring home becomes arguable. Your finding first. I won't spend this expedition's provenance to buy you a fortnight." "How long is the queue to a convened review?" "Honestly, months. I'll ask for weeks, I'll be told months, and I'll keep asking." Haldon said it without flinching from it, which was the most honest thing in the room and did not move the number. "It will hold, Dr. Vale. If the number is real, it holds until the board reads it. The claim on your desk is that numbers like this don't hold." Vale nodded at the wall plate, the window 3 intervals wide, the near edge with its history of moving. "That is what nonlinear means. You're not filing a delay, you're placing a bet. Something crossed the oversight officer's face and was mastered, not anger, arithmetic. "Do you want that in the record? I'll enter your objection verbatim." "Yes." Halden took it down word for word, read it back, and got Vale's authentication on it. All of it done with the scruple of a woman handling something that might be evidence someday. If the courtesy was a door closing, nobody could have proved it from her hands. "The interval schedule stands," Halden said at the end, and stood herself. "I've moved your morning co-signatures to tomorrow. Get some sleep, Dr. Vale. You'll be no use to Austri or the survey without it." Back in the bay, Vale opened the private page of her day log, a dated list, one line per door, of everything the survey had declined to let her do since High Reach, and entered the 9th line. The list fit on half a screen. She kept it anyway, for the same reason the Watch Hill kept its thirds. Locke came down after the evening brief the next day, alone, with his slate under his arm and the look of a man arriving at the end of a long argument with himself. The curve was on the survey plate. Vale had the sanctioned interval work beside it and had even been doing some of it. "Dr. Vale, Captain." He stood at the plate the way he stood at a weather horizon, reading. The bend, the junction with its 20 months of gold, the window, 3 intervals wide. She watched him find the near edge and understand what it was, and then he was no longer looking at the curve. He was looking at her face. Locke copied me on the referral. All 9 annexes. I read them twice. A pause, and then the words started coming the way they came when he was unsure of his ground, laying planks ahead of himself as he walked. "You went through channels, correctly, completely. That Annex 9, most people would never, and oversight did everything the terms allow. I've been captain long enough to know what that note of hers is worth. She didn't have to attach it. And the request rides home tonight with my log appended, for whatever a captain's log is worth in that queue, which we both—" He heard himself doing it, and stopped. And the silence after was the honester thing. "Ask it," Vale said. "How long does Austri have?" The honest answer was 3 intervals wide and would not stand still. Every reading a pilgrim carried down the corridor moved its near edge nearer. It sat in an annex under her seal and Halden's countersignature, in tonight synchronization, addressed to a review queue that ran in months, the same review that had been sitting on her last finding for 20 of them. The stayers had been reading their own son for exactly that long. "I have a number. I'm not allowed to say it." Chapter 7. Fleet in Being. By the end of the first watch, Dawes had stopped counting hulls and started counting formations. The count was a young pilot's comfort, a number you could hold, a number that stayed where you set it. This one would not stay. Returns had been coming up off the Reach's dark all through the middle watch, not straggling the way traffic straggles, but arriving in ordered handfuls, drives lighting in 3s and 4s on somebody's schedule, and by the turn of the watch, the plot carried more live crews than Dawes had seen in one sky since the wars. He gave up the count and did the thing the count was standing in front of. He sorted them. 5 formations. A line abreast riding the high edge of the survey volume, 2 columns flanking it low, a screen thrown out sunward where the light was worse to look into, and well off from all of it, a reserve of half a dozen heavy hulls doing nothing whatever, the formation Dawes liked least. Each group held its shape to a tolerance that cost drill, and cost crews who had flown the drill past boredom and out the far side of it. At the spine of the arrangement, dead center, 6 hulls kept the spacing he knew, He had known it 18 months. He had watched it trim itself twice a watch across a week of his life, regular as tides, and had counted those 6 40 times in that week, and had the number come up 6 every time. It was still 6. Around them lay 4 more formations of strangers, different builds, different yards, salvage off a dozen dead lines welded into something that flew, and the strangers flew the 6's drill book. Not the mass, the grammar. That was worth waking a captain for. Dawes keyed the cabin, bridged to Locke. Locke came up inside 4 minutes with his collar open and stood over the plot without asking to have it explained, because he had stood over the last one. Rook came off the aft scan station to make room and stayed close enough to see, near the thing, quiet, reading the board as hard as he read faces, which was Rook's whole method. "Talk to me," Locke said. 18 months ago we met a fence, 6 hulls, 1 crew, 1 drill. Dawes walked a finger across the 5 groups without knocking a single pip out of true. That's the 6, middle of the picture. Everything around them came after and learned from them. He let Locke find the spine on his own and watched him find it. Whatever Ray did with his year, a good part of it was teaching. Numbers? More than I'll count for you honestly. Past 40 I quit, because past 40 the number isn't the point. Look at the builds, Captain. That's 4 or 5 lines out there flying like one hand, and lines in this reach don't share a cup of water, never mind a station-keeping tolerance.
They don't, Rook said it low. The reach, still under the survey vowels, share anything. My father's line and the line 1 junction over spent my whole childhood not speaking, and by any book you'd read they were cousins. Getting 2 reach lines to agree on a grievance is a life's work. A small motion at the plot, at the 5 formations holding their geometry against the dark. That's past agreement. Somebody spent years making that. And they're doing nothing with it, Locke said, reading the flat closure figures Dawes had brought up on the repeater. Zeros to the decimal, all across the board. They're doing everything they need to. Dawes let the zeros stand a moment. A fence stops you. This isn't a fence. Nobody's across our line. Every exit's open and flyable. They've left us all our roads. They came out here to the fringe, off the lanes, found us on our own survey track, and formed up around us like an honor guard nobody asked for. That's not a threat. A threat wants a thing from you. He squared the closure plot. This is a man showing you his house. Locke was quiet, reading it. 18 months back, Dawes said, 6 hulls got me to wake you, because 6 that fly like that could hurt us. 40 that fly like that don't have to. That's the whole message. The guns are the part they won't need. Locke studied the plot. You want to test it. I want to ask a civil question and not on the comm. Dawes pulled the coarse subplot round where the captain could see it. We're a survey ship on a survey line. There's a mark due in an hour that bends us 2 degrees off our present heading. Logged and routine, dull as ditch water. I fly it early. A working ship trims her line and thinks nothing of it. Traffic wouldn't notice. A picket minds. Let's see which we've got. Gently, Locke said, which was the word he'd used the last time. Dawes flew it gently, a working ship adjusting for reasons in her own log, nothing in the maneuver worth a glance. Then he sat with his coffee going cold and gave the far formations the better part of an hour to disagree. They didn't. The 5 groups held their geometry and let the Dawnward walk her 2 degrees across the front of them, correcting nothing, because their geometry had never depended on where the survey ship happened to point. 18 months ago, 6 hulls had swung as one to keep their fence square across his road. This time the fleet couldn't be troubled to. Those crews weren't a fence. A fence corrects because the people flying it have somewhere they mean to keep you, and these had no such place, no road out here they minded the Dawnward taking. There it is, Dawes said. Last year they told us where we couldn't go. This year they don't bother. We can fly wherever we please.
It's their sky now. For 2 days the fleet kept the Dawnward company and asked nothing of her. Haldon ran the protocol clean. Twice a watch, on the schedule the terms prescribed, the contact package went out into the formations, identification, standing, intent, the full grammar, correct to the comma. And twice a watch, the formations gave her nothing back and held their shapes, and she logged each silence as exactly as she would have logged a reply. Dawes flew his rotations through it, kept the tactical plot on his repeater at meals he mostly left, and watched 5 formations trim their spacing on a clock he could have set his own by. The crew did what a crew does under a thing it can't price. It worked, and kept its voices a shade too level while it worked. SETI spent the 2 days assembling a contact package nobody had asked him for. Language, history, the offer of a meeting on ground of the Veray's choosing, and set it on Locke's slate as he had once done before, and Locke thanked him for the work and did not send it. A man who brings a fleet to your door, the captain said, is not a man who needs inviting to talk. Dawes kept reaching for the card night and not finding it. 30 years a man deals you in before anything's been agreed, and then one middle watch off Austri, he doesn't, and you go on reaching a long while after the man you reached for is gone. He let it. He carried the grief light, on purpose, and mostly it stayed where he set it. Around a fleet it drifted. On the second evening he went below to see for himself what the ship could spend, because that was a pilot's question, and nobody ever answered it from a chair. The engine room ran warm and loud and smelled of the ship, and Wells had the deck plate up over the No. 2 mount with her sleeves rolled and a smear of bearing grease along her jaw, doing a job Silva would have done, doing it in the order Silva did it. His daybook lay open on the bench under a magnet, spine cracked flat, the pages gone soft with handling, kept there like a manual, because that was what it was now. Beside his hand in the margins, a second hand had started to appear, smaller, squarer, dated this year. "Don't touch the mount," Wells said, before Dawes had said anything. "I'm in tolerance, and I mean to stay there." Then, because she had learned who taught her, "You came down to ask what she'll do. Same as always. 1 hard run, 70 minutes. Then we baby her home before the spine starts arguing with the mast. His number." A wipe of the wrist across the jaw, moving the grease. "I've only ever borrowed it." Rook had folded himself into the corner by the coolant trunk, out of the work, watching her hands. He had the Reach's habit of making himself small in a room that wasn't yet his, and the harder habit under it of missing nothing. 70 minutes buys us what? Rook asked, not challenging it, pricing it. "Nothing," Dawes said. "That's the joke of it." He crouched to Wells's level and put his eyes on the mount so the answer had somewhere ordinary to go. 70 minutes of hard burn puts us where, exactly? There's 40-odd hulls out there in 5 groups, every one carrying more legs than we are, and knowing this sky better than we know a corridor buoy. You don't run from a fleet that isn't chasing you, son. There's nowhere the running takes you they don't already own. Rook took that without a flinch, which Dawes marked. Week 1 aboard, the kid had flinched at everything and hidden it well. Somewhere in his first month he'd stopped hiding it and stopped flinching in the same stretch, and Dawes hadn't settled yet which of the two he trusted more. "Then it isn't about us," Rook said. "If they're not chasing and they're not blocking, we're not the point of the exercise. We're the audience." He turned it over. "A man doesn't build something that big and sail it to the fringe to frighten one survey ship. He sails it here so the survey ship goes home and tells Earth there's a power in the Reach now. Not raiders, not a nuisance in the licensing annex. A power with a table and a flag and a grievance on the record." His eyes went to the deckhead a moment, out toward the hulls beyond it, and something crossed his face that he put away before it could be named. His father's kind of ships, and him in earth gray watching them fly. They want to be counted. This is how you make Earth count you. "That's the smartest thing said on this ship in a week," Dawes said, and meant it. Wells looked up from the mount with something careful and pleased crossing her face and went back to the work without saying it. Silva used to do exactly that. Dawes climbed back to the bridge before he slept, because the plot was where the questions were. The 5 formations sat where they had sat for 2 days, trimming their spacing on the schedule, in no hurry. The hurry, when it came, was all going to be the Dawnwards. Silva would have read the picture off a card table in a single hand, told him something true and unwelcome about it, topped up the cups, and dealt again. Dawes stood the watch instead. He let the 6 at the center be 6, and did not deal. The hail came on the 4th day, at the top of the forenoon watch, and it did not come the way Halden had spent 2 days asking for it to. Halden had a channel standing open with the contact package ready on it, correct to the comma. Raid did not use her channel. He came on to the Dawnward's main screen on a frequency of his own choosing, ship to ship, straight to the bridge, and Dawes had the sour thought that a man who could pick your bridge feed out of the Reach's traffic had been hearing rather more of the ship than the ship had meant to say aloud. Raid was 18 months older, and it showed the way hard years show on a spare man. The long bones a shade sharper, the deep-set eyes a shade more tired, and under the tiredness a stillness Dawes had last seen in colonels who had stopped wondering whether they'd be obeyed. He wore the same plain dark coat he'd worn the last time they spoke, in the bare metal box of a single cutter, and let the plainness do the same work. The compartment behind him was no longer bare. 2 others sat at the edge of the pickup, silent, and the room had the used, ordered look of a place where things got decided and then got done. Captain Locke, spoken like a greeting between men who had met before. "You brought the same ship back. I wasn't sure you would." Mr. Raid, Locke had come to the pickup buttoned right, hands behind him, and whatever the fleet cost him, it stayed off his face. "You've grown your acquaintance since we last spoke." "I've grown a good deal." Raid added nothing to it. "You went home and told them what you charted. They licensed it. Freight over the ground where we buried our dead, and a queue to get onto the road that's putting out what's left of my skies. I know it wasn't your hand on the stamp, Captain. I've had a year to learn exactly whose it was." "Then you know I filed what we found," Locke said. "Everything the survey makes is public. It's in the ledger, open to anyone who can read one, your people included." "I can read a ledger better than most men breathing," Raid said. "Reading ledgers is what brought me out here." He shifted, and what replaced it was whatever had taught 40 Halls one drill. "I didn't bring a fleet to the fringe to trade signals across 19 light seconds. I came to sit at a table with you. My hall, my ground, your boat, and your safe conduct sworn on it. You know I keep a trade, and you know what I do to the man who breaks one. Come and hear what I'm building, then tell me to my face whether Earth means to widen its road across the last of my suns. Mr. Raid, we are a survey ship, and I won't pretend otherwise. But it isn't all we carry. Medicine, engineering, data, hands. If your people are living under a failing sky, that is what the survey is for. It isn't a maneuver." "I know what it's for. No heat in it, and no give either. I told you once you'd be surprised what we've learned to do without. We've had a year to learn a good deal more." The 2 figures at the edge of the pickup never stirred. "You want to help my people, Captain, and I believe you mean it. You're the sort that means it, which is precisely what makes you useful to the men who don't. So here is the help. Stop building the road. Everything after that is bandages." Locke started to answer and stopped, because there was no survey answer to it, and both men on the channel knew there was none. "I buried a wife and a boy under a sun that went out, "One junction off your gold lanes," Raid said, even as a man reading down a manifest. "I could not prove to you why it went out. I still can't. But I watched your roads brighten while my skies failed, year on year, near enough to time it on my fingers. And a grieving man learns to read a pattern he can't put an instrument to. The year taught me I was never the only one reading it." Raid's voice did not rise. "That is the fleet, Captain. Every line in this reach that timed the same thing from its own porch, flying under one flag at last, so that Earth cannot go on not looking at us." While the man spoke, Dawes kept half of himself on the plot, out of a habit older than the ship. Once, midway through it, Raid turned his head a fraction and said something too low for the channel to carry. And out on the high line abreast, the drives answered it, not together, but in a ripple down the formation's length, hull after hull easing onto a new bearing at the speed light crossed the gap between them, no crew leading another by choice. Dawes had watched 6 hulls do that once and been impressed. 40 did it now, and it read less like a demonstration than like a man clearing his throat before the part he'd come to say. The old read on the man came up in Dawes unbidden. 18 months back he'd liked Raid, for doing his homework, for never once bluffing, for spending no fuel on theater. The qualities were every one still there. In a man commanding 6 hulls, they had made someone you could like. In a man commanding 40, they made someone you didn't get to. Locke was a moment answering, and Dawes knew the moment for what it was. The captain running down who aboard this ship the terms of reference would let him spend on a warlord's hospitality, coming up short of a name and declining to say as much on an open channel. "You'll have your answer, Mr. Raid, not across a comm, properly, and soon." "Good." Raid inclined his head, the small formal nod Dawes remembered, a nod like a countersignature. And then, as though it were the least of the things he'd flown out to say, "Bring your cartographer." Nobody on the bridge moved.
"Dr. Vale," Raid said, giving them the name in full, so no one could pretend to mistake which instrument he meant. "Her seal is on every junction I flew through to reach you. I've read her name more often this year than I've read my own, and I would like to set a face against it. Bring her, Captain, or explain to me when we sit why the one who drew the road is the one you left behind on the ship." The screen went dark on the fleet's own frequency, and never troubled Halden's open channel with a sign-off.
Locke stood at the dead screen a moment, then turned. "Dawes. Captain." 18 months, one conversation across a comm. Locke said it flat, laying the planks ahead of himself the way he did when a thing had got in under his guard. "And he has my cartographer's name in full." He has more than her name. Dawes was already pulling the fleet's geometry back onto the main plot. 5 formations sitting on a survey ship that had just been asked to dinner, the old 6 holding in the middle, spaced to the meter. He has her hand, her seals on every gold mark between here and the corridor mouth, sworn, sealed, public, hers. Anybody who can read a ledger can read who built the road, and that man reads ledgers for a living. Locke waited because there was more coming, and he'd learned to let it come. "We spent 2 years making this reach legible to Earth." Dawes squared the plot and stood off it. "Turns out we made her legible to the reach in the same stroke. Vale signed her name to every junction in the sky, Captain. The man who wants that sky's road shut just read it back to us across 19 light seconds to prove he could." Locke looked at the 6 hulls at the spine, the 6 Dawes had counted 40 times a year and a half ago, and would be counting again now whether he meant to or not. "He wants an answer," Locke said. "He wants her," said Dawes. "The answer is just how he gets her to the table."
Chapter 8.
The Statesman. The coalition flew them in on its own boat, which was Clause 1 of the Parley Protocol, and the first of its courtesies that worked exactly like a search. Raid's people had sent the protocol clause-numbered and formatted to survey standard, and Halden had gone quiet reading it, which from Halden meant respect. 9 clauses: arms declared, delegation named, a guarantee of safe return keyed to Raid's own seal and countable against him if it failed. Clause 4 named the 3 Earth was asked to send: the commanding officer, the oversight officer, and the cartographer of record, Dr. N. Vale, by name and by seal. Vale stays aboard. Halden had said it at the brief before Locke could raise it, declining the thing with the reason already attached, which was her habit and half her character. Her reinstatement makes any coalition contact reportable within a watch. Seating her at his table isn't contact, Captain. It's a career, and he knows it. He put her name in Clause 4 to make me the officer who says no. The arithmetic done, entered, closed. So I say no. He gets the 2 of us. Her name stays home. So it was 2 of them in the coalition's boat, and Dawes on the rendezvous buoy behind them, with the survey boat's engines warm, having read the clause that kept him there once, and said only that they should come back. The fleet resolved in the forward glass as they crossed. Locke had flown into a great many anchorages and learned to read them by their order, which hull the others dressed their line on, where the discipline started and how far down it reached. This one read like a service held in the open. 24 hulls, none of them built, and all of them kept. Plating cut from a 12 dead ships and welded true. Drives salvaged and matched. Running lights burning at an interval too even to be anything but a standing order. Nothing drifted. Nothing wasted fuel holding a slack line and then correcting it. Against the Dawnward's easy abundance, it should have looked like poverty, and up close it read as the flat opposite. A fleet in which nothing could be spared, so nothing was. Every hull sitting precisely where a man who counted everything had put it. "He's not hiding the count," Halden said on the same site. "He wants us to make it." The flag hull was the largest of them, an old bulk hauler stripped to her frames and built back into something with no entry in Earth's registry. Raid's boat took them in through a hold that had once carried ore, and the search there was everything Clause 1 had promised: courteous, complete, and total. A young officer with the Reach in her face, human and turned a half-step off it, enough to catch the eye, ran the wand down Locke's gray without meeting it and without missing a seam. They were walked forward through a ship kept like an instrument, passages clear, deck plates true, every fitting salvaged and none of it decorative, a working hall with the wear polished off it by care rather than money. Twice they passed people who were not crew, an old man and a child sorting salvaged fixings into trays by size, and a woman ladling a meal down a line of them at a mess table rigged in a cleared bay. None of them stopped work to watch Earth's gray go by. Somebody had told them not to, or nobody had needed telling, and Locke could not decide which of those was the worst thing to be looking at. The room at the end had been a hold, too. The table was a cargo pallet dressed flat. The chairs were bolted salvage. The light was good, because light was cheap, and Raid had chosen to spend it here. On the bulkhead behind the table hung one plate of scored hull metal, salvage cut and bolted square, a name and a date worked into it in a hand that was not Earth's, one of the lost worlds carried hold to hold the length of the Reach. Locke had read about the plates in a brief and believed he'd understood them. He had not. Raid was on his feet when they entered and came round the table to meet them, and a year of reading his file had drawn none of it. A spare man gone gray, with the forearms of somebody who had done real work all his life, and the settledness of a man who had since learned to make others do it. He performed no welcome. He put out his hand to Locke in the old manner, and then to Halden, named them both by rank and office, and asked after the crossing, as though the answer were something he had a use for. "Captain Locke, Officer Halden." The voice came low and even, doubled by nothing now, no repeaters, no Lane leaning in to listen, only the four bulkheads of the room. "I asked Earth for 3. It sent me 2. No accusation came loaded with it. I'll work with 2. Sit, please. You've had the search. Now you'll have the courtesy." They sat. Raid took a side of the table rather than its end, and stayed on his feet a moment longer than they did, until both of them had the point of it. No head to this table for him to have taken. "You crossed my whole fleet for a thing I can say in a breath," Raid said, and sat. "So I'll say it, and we can spend the afternoon on whether you believe me. I am not here to stop your survey. I brought you across that fleet to watch me not stop it." "That's a change of position," Halden said. "It's the only change that signifies." The even look moved to her, courteous, and did not spare her for the courtesy. "Last year I was a raider. Your word, I'll wear it. I charged a man for a road, and I'd have taken his keys for the toll. This year I fly 11 systems under one flag, and I sent your expedition a document your own officer tells me is cleaner than Earth's. I have stopped taking things. You ought to find that a good deal more frightening than the cutters were, and your board ought to. And it won't, because a board is built to see a fleet and go blind to a state." Raid set his hands to the edge of the pallet and went on before either of them answered. "Here is what I want, and it will sound like nothing. Finish your survey. Finish it honestly. Measure the reach and say aloud what you measure. To your board, your registry, that public ledger of yours any living soul may read. That is all of it. I'll not lift a hull against you. I'll open my lanes and clear my intervals. And if Earth finishes the survey honestly, the Reach will have no need of me. I'll have spent a fleet to make myself unnecessary, and I'll count it the best work of my life." "And if Earth doesn't," Halden said, supplying it precisely, "then every world in this Reach will have watched Earth send its finest ship out to read the sky and bring home nothing it was willing to say." No lift in the voice at all. "And they'll carry their skies to the only flag that will read them back. You'll have built me out of your own silence. I'd prefer the first outcome. I am entirely prepared for the second. I have been preparing for it for 50 years. Halden had listened to all of it, with her slate dark on the pallet in front of her, which from her was a position stated. She answered as she answered everything. No heed in it, the reason offered as a kind of protection. "You keep saying honestly, as though the word did its own work, Mr. Rod. It doesn't." One finger set on the pallet, placing rather than tapping. "There is a contested finding in the expedition record. Contested, not denied, not vanished. Contested and under review. When the review convenes, it does one of two things. It certifies the finding in a form Earth's board cannot unmake in an afternoon. Or it fails to, and the finding falls, and deserves to. Either way, the Reach is handed a truth that holds. What you're asking for, a result said aloud ahead of its certification, you have already tried. Last year, on an open channel." She looked at him fully then. You contested a seal in front of 1,900 frightened people and taught them to mistrust the one map that could have carried them clear of a dying world. A truth that can't survive its own certification isn't a truth yet. It's a weapon, and it goes off in the hand that holds it. Rod heard her out to the end. When he answered, he did not meet the argument. He went under it. You're right that certification holds. I don't dispute your method, officer. I couldn't. I'm no man of instruments. I buried mine. I buried the people who read them. Precise, and the precision went all the way down. I have watch books out of 30 systems, kept by hand, decade on decade. Suns read at noon by people whose harvest hung off the figure. And not one page of it will ever pass your board, because your board keeps a schedule for calibration, and none for grief. Certification is a thing you can afford because your sun is not going out. Mine went out. I watched it thin across one spring, and the wheat come up believing it was autumn, and I put a wife and a boy of 9 into ground that does not thaw any more, and no instrument of Earth's was there to seal a mark on it, because a wheat world, one junction off your gold, was not worth the mark. You'll certify my dead, officer. I believe you will. You'll certify them the year after the last keeper who could speak for them is gone. That is what it holds costs out here. It holds until everyone it was owed to is dead. Rod left the quiet where it fell, and let it run its length, and then named the thing that stood over the table for all 3 of them. You've a world doing it now, Captain. One junction off the interchange you licensed. Its people won't set a number on your road, so its sun comes to me by hand, read at noon, sealed in thirds, carried down a mountain in a pilgrim's kit, and every reading worse than the one before, and faster than worse. When it goes out, the Reach will ask who stood in the sky above it, and what they were permitted to say. He went from Halden to Locke. You'll both be there. Only one of you will be under orders to call it weather. Locke had let the 2 of them run, because each was saying a thing he needed said, and neither was saying it to him. Now the look had come to him, and the answer in the room was his to give. And he reached, as he reached under load, for the true thing and the procedural thing in one hand. The retasking went home, Locke said. 9 annexes, oversight's note attached that she doesn't oppose a board-sanctioned diversion, my own log on top of it. That isn't nothing, Raid. That's a request sitting in a priority queue under 2 signatures Earth can't pretend it never received. And when the board reads it, it reached his own ear as it left him. Planks laid ahead of his feet over open water. And he did the thing he'd learned to do a decade too late. He stopped. And I hear how that lands from your side of the table. You hear how it lands. That is the entire difficulty of you, Captain. No heat anywhere in it. I took your measure on the lane last year, and I've had no cause to revise it. You're a fair man doing an unfair thing with great care, and you're carrying somebody under it, which most men your age out here are, and you came the whole distance to my fleet because the careful thing has begun to cost you more than channels can pay down. Said as fact, not as a grip. I won't work it. I've no respect for men who work it. I only want you aware that I can see it, and that your keeper can't. I can see it, Mr. Raid. Halden had not moved. I simply don't hold that a captain's private cost is a fact the Reach ought to be governed by. That isn't coldness. It's the entire reason we keep the office and the man in different columns. Locke had come across the fleet, meaning to say almost nothing, and holding to that had been the hard part of the crossing. He set both forearms on the pallet. Here's the one true thing I'm cleared to say, Locke said. She's right and you're right, and the two don't touch. She's describing a machine built to find the truth slowly and make it hold once it's found. You're describing people who haven't got slowly. I flew this reach when it was blank on the plate, Raid. I don't think you're wrong. I think you're early. And out here early reads the same as wrong. And I can't mend it from a chair on a survey ship any more than you can mend it with a fleet. He left it there because the rest was past his authority to say. It isn't a comfort. It's just the true thing, and you asked for those. Raid took the measure of that, and of the man who had risked it in his keeper's hearing. It's true, and it cost you, so I'll pay it back the same coin and then let you go home. He tipped his head to Halden, a real courtesy. You argue the machine honestly, officer, and I'll grant you honest. It is only that I have buried people the machine was still deciding whether to believe. That is my entire politics. Raid stood. The parley had come to the place he had built it to reach, and he closed it as a man who has done this before closes a thing. So, the record. My lanes are open to your survey. No hull of mine fouls a single interval of it. Finish, say what you find, and we don't meet as enemies. Fail to, and we do. But the fault goes on your side of the ledger, not mine, and every keeper in the Reach has the date. He turned to Locke. Your boat is a long walk through my ship, Captain. Walk it with me. Officer Halden holds the record. She doesn't need the two of us to keep it. Halden gathered the dark slate she had set no mark on, which was its own message, and stood. The record notes the captain's escort, she said, which was the only objection available to her, and she made it exactly and let them go. The passage ran quiet, drilled crews standing off the wall as Raid came through, and he walked it unhurried and said nothing until a bend of the hull put a bulkhead between them and the room. I asked for your cartographer by name, Raid said. You sent me the captain and the keeper. That was the correct move. I'd have made it. But mark what it says, because it will say the same to the Reach. That Earth will hand me the man who commands its instrument and the officer who governs it, and keep the instrument itself in a drawer. Vale's under terms, Locke said. It isn't aimed at you. Nothing out here is aimed. That's what makes it bearable. Raid stopped and turned, and gave him the even look with nothing at all performing behind it now. Then, low, off any record either of them was keeping. Your own instrument already proved it, Captain. Ask your cartographer what her seal is for. Locke held still. Behind the words lay all of it at once, a finding under a woman's seal, routed 3 categories deep where his own hand had helped route it, a thing he had chosen to carry home the proper way, and then watched a warm, reasonable man turn into a grave. He gave Raid nothing. A year had gone into teaching his face to stop doing what his mouth declined to, and he kept the face. It cost him. Raid watched it cost him, and asked for nothing further. How, Locke began, and let it die, because no shape of the question ended anywhere near an answer. Ears somewhere in the corridor's freight, a clerk with a conscience, a grieving man's guess reasoned to its edge and confirmed by nothing but the stillness in front of him now. No one stood in the passage to ask. The one man who could have answered was not going to be the one too. I'll not work it. I told you that, and I meant it. Gentler than the first time. I say it because you're the man aboard that ship who'll have to carry it, and I'd sooner you carried it, knowing the Reach can make out the shape of it, too. A thing this size does not stay in a drawer, Captain. It comes out. The only choice your civilization is left is whose hand is on it when it does." He started walking again, toward the hold and the boat. "Ask her what her seal is for. She knows. She's known it longer than you have." Raid's people put them off at the rendezvous buoy, courteous to the last seam of the transfer, and then the coalition boat was gone, and Dawes had them. Engines warm as promised, asking nothing, which was Dawes. Haldun broke the quiet once on the way back, reading the parley into her slate at last, in the small frugal hand Locke had watched fill 100 margins. "He's right that he's frightening," she said, not looking up. "He's wrong that finishing honestly makes him unnecessary. It makes him right, and those are not the same word, and he knows they aren't, and he said the first one because the second doesn't recruit." She sealed the note. "Decent of him, walking you out. What did he want?" 8 words, with a woman's name and a woman's seal under them, said in a bulkhead's width of passage where nothing was on any record. Locke was not going to put them in front of the officer whose whole office was deciding what the science would be allowed to mean. "To take my measure with you out of the room," he said. Haldun noted it and let it lie. The Dawnward's running lights came up out of the dark ahead. 3 decks down inside her, Vale was signing sanctioned intervals under 2 seals, hers and the keeper's, and Locke had until morning to work out how a captain walks into his cartographer's bay to ask her what her seal is for, and what he would say when she asked him who wanted to know. Chapter 9. Both Flags. They sent Rook because his face was a key, and the ops table had been decent enough not to say it while he was standing at it. The errand was a schedule. 2 fleets shared the volume now, Earth Grey and Coalition Salvage lying a courteous few thousand kilometers apart since the Parley flag came down, and every drive wake either of them lit could foul the other's long exposures or the other's firing lines, depending which crew you asked. So there were separation lanes to keep, and the lanes went by daily relay, except the first one. Out here, a channel wasn't real until a body had crossed it. Rook had grown up knowing that, alongside knowing which cousins you could borrow a boat from, and which owed your line a season's water. The Earth officers were learning it this month, out of Sethi's ledger, with the surprise of people meeting a custom they'd have called plain manners at home. Locke put it to him in the language of things that had to be carried. Someone from the ship, in person, so the coordination read as good faith and not a watch posted. A junior, so it didn't read as a summit. And, Locke didn't say this part, and Rook didn't make him, a face the coalition would open a door to without being asked twice. "You don't have to take it," Locke said, which meant that he did. Dawes flew him across. At the collar, before the seal cracked, the old pilot didn't cut the engines all the way down. "2 doors in every room, kid. Anybody sits you with your back to the one you came in by, get up and go admire the art." He said it to the board, not to Rook. "I'll be on the skids. You take longer than the schedule needs, I start finding reasons to knock." "You're all heart, Dawes." "I'm all fuel. Same thing at these prices." The seal cracked. "Go on, be boring at them." The coalition flew a clean dock, and Rook had that priced before his boots were off the collar. Nothing aboard the flag hull was new. It was all salvage, every plate of it carried out of somebody's dead orbit and made to serve again, and it had been drilled until it forgot it was salvage. The hands who took him in wore no two pieces of kit alike, and moved like they'd stood the same watch 1,000 times. A gun stood declared and lit at the head of the receiving bay, tracking him the whole polite length of the walk, and 2 more he counted without turning his head. That was the price of the room, and everybody in it had paid the price and knew he hadn't. Nobody was rude about it. Rude was expensive. They just let him feel the tab. He read the rest of it as he read any room he hadn't paid into. Not the guns were easy, but the debts. Who stepped aside for whom? Whose jacket had come off whose dead orbit, and who still owed the stripping of it? A Reach hull ran on the ledger nobody wrote down, and this crew was bound to rod less by a flag than by 1,000 small waters owed and carried and not forgotten. A man who couldn't read that would call the discipline belief, and be wrong. Belief was cheap out here. What kept a hull like this one standing was who owed whom, and those accounts ran generations deep. The valet who took the schedule from him was older, close-cropped, careful, a schedule keeper by trade, by the ink stains and the scanner worn smooth at one corner. She looked at the sealed packet first. Then she looked at Rook's face, and looked a half-beat too long at the ridge of bone above his eyes, at the jaw that carried the same, at the skin no earth-line ever raised. Then she held the inner hatch a half-beat too long open and said nothing about either. Rook had spent his life reading that exact pause. On the Earth side of the corridor, it meant, "What is he?" Here, it meant something worse, because it was warmer. What's one of ours doing in that coat? Rook would have taken "What is he?" every day of the week. What is he? That he could answer, with competence and a joke. This one he had no answer for that didn't cost. The handover was as boring as he'd promised Dawes. Lanes, wake windows, the Coalition's separation table laid beside the surveys, and the Coalition's was tighter, cleaner, held to a standard the freight line couldn't touch. Rook checked the overlaps a second time, because a second look was free, and because it kept his eyes on the paper. He was 3/4 through and thinking about the collar and Dawes on the skids when a man came into the bay who changed the arithmetic of everyone in it. Nobody announced him. The schedule keeper simply had less to say, and the 2 hands at the far bulkhead found work for their hands, and the crew in the bay found their places around a point and did not once look at it. Rook knew the name before the man reached the table, the way you know a reef by the water going strange over it. Severin wore boarding armor gone soft and gray at the joints from wear, and a weapon slung like a tool he'd stopped noticing, and along one forearm guard a strip of something laminated flat. "Officer," Severin said, soft, unhurried, "you read the tables twice. Habit. My old man said measure twice so you only lie once." Sound man. Severin didn't smile and didn't nod. He set nothing down and picked nothing up. He simply stood at the corner of the table where a chair would have put his back to the hatch Rook had come in by, and did not sit so the courtesy was Rook's to keep or spend. Cousin line. Not a question, so Rook didn't answer it like one. Mostly, on the survey side of the family, I'm a clerical error nobody's had the heart to close. You came up useful. Severin said it the way another man reads a fuel load. Flat, exact, no weight on any figure. Useful to the settlement kids and useful to the survey families and claimed by neither. And you learned to be needed early because needed was the nearest thing on offer to wanted. You read a room before you're inside it. You're doing it now. 3 exits, one of them a hull breach you'd never make, so 2. He tipped his head half a degree, granting the count. I don't say it to trouble you. I say it because it's true, and nobody in your gray has ever said it to your face, and a thing that true should be entered somewhere. Rook held the exits because the man had just told him to and been right, and there was nothing to do about that but keep doing it. "You've got a whole speech," he said. "No, a speech is for a room that doesn't believe you." Severin turned the forearm guard a few degrees under the bay's flat light, not to show it and not to hide it, and the laminated strip caught. A sky chart, hand-plotted, the ink gone brown, the stars joined by a patient child's hand, crease lines pressed white through the constellations where it had been folded and carried a long time before anyone put it under laminate. Rook had seen charts like it in 3 settlements. He knew a home sky on sight, and he knew a dead one. And he didn't ask, because asking was the door the man was holding open, and Rook had learned young not to walk through a held door just because it was held. "None on your ledger," Severin said, of the chart, though Rook hadn't asked. He let the guard turn back. "Here's all of it, officer. No rank in it, no oath, no speech. A room where the door doesn't do to you what it does to you, where the face is the first thing that's right about you, instead of the first thing anybody has to decide about." He looked at Rook without hurry, and the terrible part was the certainty, worn as plain as the armor, a man reading a figure he'd already checked. "You'll take the gray off. Not today. It's a coat over a wound, and one morning it'll be too heavy to put back on, and you'll be surprised it took you this long. I've watched it happen to steadier men than you." The joke was there. Rook had one loaded. He always had one loaded, half a beat ahead of anything landing. That was the whole trick of him. And it went nowhere, because the man wasn't wrong. And a joke thrown at a true thing only tells the room you flinched. So Rook went the other way, which was quiet and slower and cost more. "You counted the room," he said. "You didn't count me in it." "I counted you first. No heat. Sign your schedule. Think on your own time." Severin stepped back from the corner of the table, and the hands at the far bulkhead found their work again, and he added, mild, already elsewhere, "You've been thinking on it since before I sat down. I only came over to save you the trouble of pretending you hadn't." Severin hadn't sat down. Rook came back to that on the walk to the collar, and it stayed with him past the seal, which was the point of it, which meant the man had won a thing Rook hadn't known was on the table. Dawes had the launch warm and didn't ask. That was the first thing that he didn't ask. Rook came up through the lock, rattled in a way he was working hard to look not rattled about, and Dawes ran the pre-flight and read him sideways once and let it be. They crossed back on the quiet lane. Rook watched the coalition hull shrink to a hard gray point, and then to nothing, and said nothing the whole way. And Dawes filled the nothing with the small talk pilots make to instruments, which asked him for exactly 0. It was aboard, an hour later, in the launch bay with the rig off and the checklist done, that Rook set it sideways, because sideways was the only door he had. They keep a tighter separation table than we do, than the freight line does. It's the most disciplined thing in the Reach. He was coiling a tie-down he didn't need to coil. You'd almost respect it. "I do respect it," Dawes said, up under the launch's belly with a light, doing a thing to the skid strut that didn't need doing either. "Discipline like that, you don't get it from believing in something. You get it from everybody in the room having already lost the thing they'd have gone soft over. Nothing left to flinch for." He came out from under, wiped his hands. Scary crew. Good separation table. Both true. Rook finished the coil. Set it on its hook. Didn't have a next thing to do with his hands, which was its own kind of exposure. The launch bay smelled of the ship, hot metal, and the particular oil Silva had sworn by that nobody had the heart to change. 3 meters from the engine room hatch where his daybook still hung on its nail and still took Wells's entries in a hand teaching itself to be as blunt as his. Rook had come up out of a wrecked outpost into this smell. Some traitor part of him had started calling it home, and he didn't trust the part of him that did. Dawes watched that for a second. Then he pulled the flight log toward him, keyed the return leg to the Coalition dock, the run scheduled for 2 days out, to sign the standing version of the table once the coordination bedded in, and turned the board so Rook could see it. "You're flying it," Dawes said. "The whole leg. I'll ride the right seat and criticize your flair like a proper passenger, but the deck's yours out and back." He keyed it in under Rook's name before Rook said anything, which was the trick of doing a thing so it couldn't be argued. Somebody senior signs the pilot slot on a Coalition contact. That's the rule. I'm signing you into it. Rook looked at the name on the board, his own, in the pilot slot, on a run into the one place in the Reach that had just told him the coat he wore was a wound. A seat was a thing Rook knew the price of exactly. A seat was the controls, and the controls were the exits, and the exits were who got to leave a room and when. You didn't hand a man the seat unless you'd decided he was going to bring the boat home with you in it. Dawes had spent their first months not sure the cousin face wasn't a liability wearing a jacket. Rook had clocked that reflex in the man early, clean and unashamed. A draft off him whenever the face turned his way. And somewhere between then and now, the old soldier had closed the account and moved the balance the other direction, and never once made a speech about doing it. "Thanks," Rook said. It came out awkward, a half size too big. The word always cost him more than he had small change for. He'd never learned to say it light. People who'd never had to earn a room said it light. "Don't thank me. You'll be doing the flare." Dawes shut the log. "And kid, whatever the quiet one over there sold you," he didn't look up, "he's the best salesman in the Reach because he only ever sells you a true thing. That's the con. You can't argue him because he's not lying. He hooked his own rig on the peg by the hatch where it lived. He just leaves out the part where you get to add your own line to the sum. Always does. It's the one figure he can't stand, so he pretends it isn't there." That was the closest thing to a speech Dawes made, and it was 4 sentences, and he made it to the peg. Rook flew the leg. Clean, out and in, and the flare was fine, and Dawes said it wasn't, which was Dawes signing off on it. On the Coalition dock, the schedule keeper had the standing table ready, and they walked the final overlaps in 20 quiet minutes, and Rook put his seal to the ship's half, and she put the Coalition's beside it. 2 marks that would keep 2 fleets from lighting each other up by accident for as long as the coordination held. Severin came to the lock as Rook was leaving. Not the bay this time, the lock, the last narrow place before the collar, where a man walking you out is a man making sure you go. "Clean table," Severin said. "Cleaner than ours. I keep saying it. Nobody believes me." "They will." Severin stood easy, weapon slung, the sky chart dull on his arm in the worst light of the lock. He did the arithmetic then, the parting kind, the kind he'd plainly held back the first day, because the first day was for the wound, and this one was for the sum. "You'll think we brought you across for what's on that ship. We didn't. We don't need your survey's numbers, officer. We measured this Reach ourselves, in evening hands, off porches and pump houses, 6 generations before Earth learned it had a name to bury. Our books are deeper than your instruments are old. Flat, certain, a delivery schedule. There's exactly one thing your ship has that ours doesn't, and it isn't data." Rook waited because the man wanted him to say what, and not saying it was the only coin Rook had in the lock. "A witness," Severin said. Severin set the word down carefully, a thing carried a long distance and set down at last. It was a strange word to come out of a raider, a ledger word, an earth word, a courtroom's word, and it landed strange and stayed strange, and Rook couldn't have said in that moment why it should sit in him heavier than everything else the man had spent on him. A face Earth's own board can't call a liar, Severin went on, mild, relentless, kind, which was worse than cruel. That's the whole value of you, cousin, not the man, the witness. You think Earth put gray on you out of grace? They put it on you because a cousin-line officer's word about this Reach can't be waved off as Earth talking to itself. Your face is the reason your testimony's worth anything, to them or to me, and neither of us is buying the man attached to it. He paused only long enough to be understood, and not one beat more, because the man never spent a beat he hadn't counted. I only came to the Locke to tell you Earth priced you the same as I just did. They only got there first. There it was, laid flat in the narrow place, the answer that cost whichever way Rook took it. Refuse the coalition, and he was refusing the one door in the whole Reach that had opened to his face without a question in it. Keep the gray, and he was on the man's arithmetic. And the man's arithmetic was clean, an instrument in a coat, valuable for the face and hollow behind it, on a ship that had commissioned the witness and would spend it when the spending served. The joke was long gone. Rook didn't reach for another. What he had left was quiet and precise and his. "You're a hell of an accountant," Rook said. "You counted the ship and the gray and my face and what all of it's worth to everybody who isn't me." He got his seal off the table and into his kit and didn't rush it. "You still left the one line off the bottom, the part where I'm the one doing the spending." Severin took that without a mark on him, the way still water takes a stone, closing over it and going flat. Something moved behind the flat that might, in another man on another world, have been respect, and might only have been a figure balancing. "Then spend it well, officer," he said. "It's the only thing out here that's actually yours. Go on, your pilot's finding reasons to knock." Rook went. The lock sealed behind him, and the walk to the collar was short, and Dawes had the launch warm, and didn't ask that either. Rook took the seat, his seat, the one Dawes had signed him into, and flew them off the coalition dock on the clean lane, out into the courteous few thousand kilometers of dark between two flags. The word came with him, witness. He turned it over, and it wouldn't lie flat, a coin, minted somewhere it had no business being minted, and he set it down in himself, unspent, because he had nowhere yet to spend it, and no name for the debt it opened. Ahead, the Dawnward carried her running lights against the black, ordinary and lit and slowly growing. Rook flew the whole leg with his eyes on the lights and left the exits alone. He knew the door he was coming home through. He'd signed his own name to the slot. Chapter 10. Her Seal. Interval 31 closed at 1900 ship time. 11 stars on the approved baselines. Every instrument head calibrated inside tolerance. Vale ran the reduction a second time. A second run cost nothing, and trust was not a calibration state, and sent the interval to the plate for co-signature. Halden came in person 4 minutes later, slate under her arm. She came in person for every interval, and she read the raw frames herself before she sealed anything, all of them, in order at a working pace. It was the one habit of Halden's that Vale had not managed to despise. "Your fourth head is running warm," Halden said, partway through. ".2 inside tolerance." "It is. Watch it anyway." Vale watched it anyway. The misery of the arrangement was that Halden was good. She did her own arithmetic, quoted terms of reference she had actually read, and when she declined a thing, she declined it accurately, citing the clause, offering the appeal route, logging her own refusal where a board could find it. Being supervised by a fool would at least have been clarifying. "The board came back on your baseline requests," Halden said, still scrolling. "The third variant is approved. I've co-signed it." The third variant was the narrowest of the three. Vale had submitted it to find out where the ceiling was. Now she knew. And the first two? Declined, outside the terms as drafted. Halden looked up from the frames. For what it's worth, a baseline widened mid-survey is the first thing a hostile board strikes. Whatever you found with it would die with it. I'm not protecting the terms from you, Doctor. I'm protecting your findings from the board. She meant it. That was the part Renwick School could never have taught her, and the part that made her harder to work under than any careerist would have been. Every door Halden closed, she closed believing she was keeping the weather out. The survey went on around them in its sanctioned shape. 11 stars per interval, 4 intervals a day, all of them quiet, elderly, and far from anything, the reference sample the terms allowed, and not one entry in it within 4 junctions of a loaded lane. The frames were beautiful, and the calibration was clean, and the whole of it was designed, politely and at the level of the sampling plan, to find nothing. Vale ran it to standard anyway. If the study was built to be inconclusive, the inconclusiveness would at least be unimpeachable, and an unimpeachable nothing was a result somebody could interrogate later, provided anyone ever wanted to. "The Austri memorandum is complete," Halden said at the end, the frames done, her seal not yet given. "It transmits when we regain corridor relay. I've flagged it for expedited assessment." Expedited is a flag now?
Expedited is a request. The category is supplementary science. She did not apologize for the terms. She never had. What crossed her face was nearer inventory, a woman counting what she was authorized to spend and coming up short, and entering the shortfall in the log. "It is what I can ask for. I asked for it." The captain had put the other version of the question to Vale at the plate on day 25, plainly, in front of the watch. "How long does Austri have?" On day 25, she had not had a number she was allowed to say. She had one now, in the private partition, revised nightly against Sethi's pilgrim figures. The variance was still wide. Every revision narrowed it from the wrong side. Halden sealed. 2 marks went up side by side on interval 31, the measurement and the certification, hers and Halden's, gold, permanent, provable to anyone for as long as the ledger stood. Nobody would ever argue with interval 31. Nobody would ever need to. The evening exchange came in while Halden was still gathering her slate. Relay queue, corridor traffic summaries, and the coalition's movement notices, as every day since the parley. The science queue took a copy of the notices because drive wakes fouled long exposures, and the coalition's station keeping was the most disciplined thing in the Reach, better than the freight lines, better than the survey's own tenders. Vale had noticed that in the first week and told no one. She worked down the distribution after Halden had gone. Schedules, separation lanes, amendments to both, courteous and exact and on time. At the bottom of the queue sat one item that was not a schedule. It was addressed past the section, past the ship, keyed to her seal, encrypted against her public key, readable by no one alive but her. The author had made no attempt. The directory resolved the authoring seal on the first pass. Ansel Rod. The terms of her reinstatement ran to 9 pages, and Vale had initialed every one of them at High Reach with Halden across the table. Clause 11. Contact from any coalition source, direct or indirect, reportable within 1 watch. She took the item to her cabin and opened it. No preamble, no threat. They asked for you at the parley. The survey sent your captain and your keeper. So I am writing to the instrument. The body of it was inventory. The Vere had lived along the Reach's corridors for 6 generations, and for 6 generations they had kept books. Watch logs, sky books, frost dates, harvest tallies against the light, the yield of a field as a function of its sun, entered season by season by people whose lives hung from the number. And passage tallies, drive wakes counted from porches and pump houses and orbit watch huts, decade on decade. Every transit that ever brightened their sky logged in somebody's evening hand. 30 systems. Some of the runs were older than the survey. None of it had ever touched Earth's ledger, because the Reach had been blank to Earth until the Dawnward came and made it legible. Until, Vale thought, and made herself finish the thought accurately, until she did. Exposure and response. The traffic and what the traffic did. Both halves lived from inside the blank years, the record no Earth instrument held because no Earth instrument had been there, and her model starved for it, and Raid knew that too. The records are yours on one condition. My analysts have compiled what they show. You will put your seal to the compilation. You will recognize the finding. Your own survey reached it first, and your survey filed it under further study. The phrase was the survey's own, not the public docket, the internal category, 3 layers down from a filing sequence Vale had seen exactly once. Raid should not have had it. There was no one to ask how he did. Your seal is on the junctions the licenses run on. I have seen it there. You built the road honestly, and it is killing them anyway, and you know both things. I am offering you the only trade that matters. Put your name where it will count the dead instead of the freight. And then, so she would know the offer was real, the sample. 1 world's book. 60 years of it, imaged page by page. Frost dates by season, sowing dates, yields. The wake tally ruled down the margin in 5s. The first 40 years ran in one hand, taut and steady. The letters formed the same at 19 as at 50. The last 20 ran in another hand, smaller and quicker. The seasons shortened as the entries climbed. The final frost date had no thaw entered after it. The world in the sample grew wheat. It sat 1 junction off your gold lanes. My wife kept the last 20 years of its book. At the end, 1 line more, in the same level hand as all the rest. The offer holds until the Dawnward regains the corridor mouth. I do not make it twice. Vale was 4 commands into a reduction frame before she noticed she had decided nothing yet. She stopped. Her hands had gone to the work the way they always went, ahead of everything, ahead of her. Then, because stopping there would itself have been a decision, and she was not ready to make one, she ran the checks that committed her to nothing. Internal consistency. Periodicity against the world's own year. Secular drift against its own record. Not against her model, not against anything of hers, nothing that could ever be called contamination by anyone. It cohered. The seasonal structure was right. The drift was right, flat through the early decades, then the knee, then the steepening that no instrument in that sky had been present to see except the people it was freezing. Hand-kept data lied in 100 small ways. She had spent half a career learning them. Gaps at harvest, sentimental rounding, a dead keeper's habits copied wrong by the next. This had every one of those flaws and none of the ones that mattered. It cohered. The seasonal structure was right. The drift was right, flat through the early decades, then the knee,
Then the steepening that no instrument in that sky had been present to see except the people it was freezing. Hand-kept data lied in 100 small ways. She had spent half a career learning them. Gaps at harvest, sentimental rounding, a dead keeper's habits copied wrong by the next. This had every one of those flaws and none of the ones that mattered. It cohered in the ways fabrication never quite manages. Probably true. Probably was the exact width of the trap. She reported nothing. Day 42 went by on the sanctioned line. 4 intervals, 11 approved stars each. Calibration inside tolerance, the frames as clean and useless as ever. Between the 3rd interval and the 4th, she stripped the warm 4th head and reshimmed it. 2 hours with her hands inside the mount, all the way down and all the way back up, for a drift of 0.2 that the terms did not require her to touch. The compartment smelled of solvent and cold metal, and nobody interrupted her. And by the end of it, she had not thought about the item in her partition for minutes at a stretch. That night, she pulled the compilation itself and read it once, as text. It was 1 page. Somebody on Raid's side wrote well. The claim plain, the worlds named, the corridor named, the count kept without adjectives. She recognized the shape of the page because she had written that shape herself once, at 0340 station time in a berth at High Reach, and then gone looking for a captain to stand beside it. It was true the way her own page had been true. She would have bet the instruments on it. And she had authenticated hand-kept records before. 60 years of a Farron woman's sky, admitted line by line into the proof that was now filed 3 layers down. But she had held those originals. She had walked the provenance herself, cross-checked every observer who was still alive to be checked, killed the alternatives with her own hands so that no one else could hide in them. What lay in her partition was images, compiled by parties she could not examine, attached to a conclusion she was being asked to underwrite, and a deadline. Raid was not asking her to measure. He was asking her to countersign.
The board could dock her license. It had nearly done so once already, and would likely finish the job someday. What it could not do, what nothing in the survey's whole polite machinery could do, was make a sealed mark unsay itself. Her marks were still out there. Every junction the freight ran on, measured, sealed, hers. The finding under its layer of further study, sealed, hers, waiting. Years of her name meaning one thing, measured, and it is so, and that meaning was the entire remaining inventory of Dr. Nora Vale, who had been right before and paid for it, a mentor and a marriage, and now a year of her working life, and who intended, some day, on a day of her own choosing, to be right where it could not be filed. Seal his page, and that name changed meaning. Not for the compilation, for everything. From that hour, every mark she had ever made became arguable. A position, a sympathy, a woman who signs things she believes. The corridor marks, the Austria arithmetic, the finding itself, retroactively gift-wrapped for any board that ever wanted a reason. She wrote the reply at the small desk with the cabin lights full, because this was work, and she did work with the lights on. Rade. Send the books themselves, the originals, the keepers still living, the instruments they kept by, to any open archive, unconditioned, and I will test them harder than I tested Earth's, and publish whatever survives under my own seal, whatever it says. That offer is mine. It stands, and it does not expire. Yours I refuse. Your compilation may be true. I think it probably is.
probably is not a thing I seal. A seal put to measurements I never made, on terms, stops meaning measured and starts meaning agreed, and marks that mean agreed are what boards are made of. You would be spending the one instrument Earth cannot argue with to buy a position Earth argues with for a living. You have the graves. You are asking me for the arithmetic. The arithmetic is only worth having from someone who was not paid for it. Vale. He would not send the books, and she knew it. His dead were in those pages. A man does not lend his dead to the process that filed them under further study. The condition was not tactics. It was the point. She keyed the reply into the return leg of the movement exchange, the road his item had ridden in on, and sent it before the watch turned. It left a line in the transmit manifest. Timestamp, size, checksum, keyed. 11 characters of log that would sit in the ship's records for as long as the ship had records, for anyone who ever thought to pull the framing apart. Anything she did about the line would be worse than the line. She left it where it was. Then she purged the sample. The compilation first, which cost nothing. Then the world's book. 60 years, 2 hands, the wake tally ruled down the margin, and her thumb was slow coming down over the last tranche, and came down. Clause 11 allowed 1 watch. The watch had turned twice. Halden came for the day 43 co-signature with 2 items ahead of the frames. The exchange log first, she said. The coalition's notice traffic ran heavy on day 41, half again the framing overhead of any day since the parley. Their liaison calls it schema padding on the new separation tables. I've requested the specification. She offered it as she offered everything, information she was entitled to and was sharing anyway. Second, a standing question. I'm asking every section with queue access, and you are simply last on my rounds. Has anything in the coalition exchange reached your section beyond the schedules? The item had come in past the section, keyed to a seal. Technically, nothing had reached the section at all. Vale took the word out and looked at it. Technically, because she had spent a career despising the people it belonged to. The separation data's clean, she said. Their station keeping is better than the freight lines. I schedule the long exposures off their notices. It's the most reliable data in the reach. Halden waited. She was exact. She could hear an answer standing beside a question as well as anyone alive. Nothing that changed the survey, Vale said. Halden regarded her for a moment and then went to the frames. She read them all, in order, at a working pace, the same as every day. Whatever she had heard or not heard, she filed no note of it that Vale could see. The 4th head had come back from the reshim a few thousandths cooler, and she found that too. You stripped the forehead. It was drifting. It was inside tolerance. So is the survey, Vale said. Halden let that one go by. She finished the frames and sealed, and the day's marks went up side by side. Gold, permanent, hers and Vale's, 4 more quiet approved stars that would never be argued with and never be needed. At the hatch she stopped, slate against her chest. The forehead, she said. If it drifts past point 3, I'll authorize the spare on my own certification. Equipment integrity is mine to sign. You shouldn't have to nurse a warm head through long exposures because the inventory board is 4 months behind us. She paused a half-second on the threshold, and for that half-second looked like someone who knew exactly how little she had been able to approve in 43 days and had kept the count. Good frames today, Doctor. The hatch closed. Vale sat with the interval a while, sealed twice, exact, unimpeachable, useless. Somewhere aft the drive changed pitch a quarter tone as the watch turned over. the sound of the sanctioned line going on being sanctioned. Rod's offer was ash in a purged partition. The refusal was 11 characters in a manifest. And of the 4 people alive who knew her seal had been asked for and not spent, Rod, and whoever compiled his page, and whoever carried it, and her, not one of them was anyone she answered to.
She had refused him with the truth, and Halden with the technical fact standing next to it, and only one of those had cost her anything. Vale opened the private partition. The corridor numbers came up where she had left them, 3 days older, worse by almost exactly the amount the model said they would be. She went back to work. Chapter 11. Terms narrow. Halden asked for the ready room at the end of the day watch and came with 3 amendments already drafted, which was itself the first thing she meant to say. She had read the same week Locke had read, the parley behind them. The coalition's movement notices running heavy on the relay. A fleet Dawes would not stop calling, a fleet standing off their quarter at a range that meant nothing and unsettled everyone. And she had drawn from it the conclusion her office was a board to draw. The expedition had drifted into water its warrant did not cover. Left alone, it would drift further. Halden was not wrong. She was so rarely wrong that being supervised by her had the texture of being corrected by arithmetic. 3 items, she said, and laid them out in the order she meant to defend them, lightest first. None of them is a surprise. I'd rather you had them together than one a day for a week. Locke left the slates where she put them and looked at her instead. Halden waited to be read. She always did. A woman who had actually gone through the terms of reference and could quote the clause she was standing on had no fear of being asked to show her working. Survey line, she said, touching the first. I'm withdrawing the reference sample to the innermost core. Nothing within 6 junctions of any lane a coalition source has posted a claim on. It costs us the outer baselines. It buys us a survey no board can void for trespass. A finding made in contested space dies on the first objection, Captain, and it takes the finding next to it down with it. I won't hand them that handle. That's most of the sky Vale wanted. It's the sky she can keep. Halden said it without satisfaction. The rest was never going to survive review. Better she doesn't spend a month reducing frames a board will strike on standing before it reads a number. Locke said nothing and turned the second slate with one finger. Communications, Halden said. Section outbound consolidates through the oversight desk. 1 relay transmission a day, audited, time-stamped, mine to cosign. And I'm closing the movement exchange to section access. The coalition's notice channel is a courtesy we accept, not a door we leave open both ways. We're in disputed water with a fleet on our quarter. A clean record of every word that left this ship is the best protection this crew has. If anyone is ever accused of unauthorized contact, I want the log to answer for them before they have to. It costs the science section its cleanest reference, she added, before he could ask, the habit of a woman who audited every schedule and would rather name the price than be found not to know it. Vale times her long exposures off the coalition's station-keeping notices. Their formation discipline is the steadiest signal in the Reach, better than the freight lines, better than ours. Closing the exchange takes that from her, and I've weighed what it costs her frames against what an open channel could cost this crew. There was nothing in it Locke could argue as a captain. 1 audited channel meant nobody aboard could be hanged on a rumor. He had signed comm discipline himself, on other runs, for less. And the 3rd, he said. Halden did not touch the 3rd slate at once.
That, more than anything she'd said, told him what it was. "Austri," she said. "The memorandum's complete. I'm referring it home formally. A request that a mission be constituted to assess the Austri system, with the authority and the lift an assessment on that scale requires. It goes over my signature with my recommendation attached, and I'll write the recommendation as strong as the form will carry." "How long," Locke said, "does constituting a mission take?" "From referral to a keel in the Reach?" She did not soften it or reach for a smaller number. "Months. If home moves well, months. It is the honest figure, and I'd rather you had the honest one." Locke set both hands on the table and looked at the 3 slates, side by side, each of them correct. "You've read the Pilgrim numbers," he said. "Same as I have. Sethi's traffic says that sun is running ahead of every schedule anyone's drawn for it. A generation ahead. And you want to answer that with a referral that gets there next year. I want to answer it with the only instrument that can carry lift to Austri, which is a constituted mission, and the only path to one runs through home." Halden held his eye, and what was in her face was not indifference. It was closer to grief kept inside its terms. "Captain, I have no clause that lets this ship divert to Austri. Ours is a survey warrant. I've spent 2 nights reading it for one, and there is no reading. If we broke it and went, a board would strike everything we'd done and everything we might do, and the next world, one junction off a lane, would get nothing, because the ship that might have warned for it was condemned for the last one. The referral is not me doing nothing. It's me doing the only thing that reaches them with more than we could carry ourselves." Halden believed it. Locke could see her believing it, and the belief was the worst part, because a careerist he could have overruled and slept. "Leave the third with me," Locke said. "The first 2 I'd like entered tonight." Halden gathered the slates and left the third on the table between them. "The referral I hold for your counter-signature, it can't go without it. I'll only note the relay window, and note it once. The sooner it leaves, the sooner home can begin. If Austri is on the clock you and I both think it's on, every day we hold the referral is a day it isn't being weighed." Halden had turned the delay itself into a reason to sign. There was no trick in it. She meant that too. The hatch closed behind her, and Locke sat with the 1 slate she'd left and did not open it. Locke walked the ship at the turn of the middle watch, because the day cabin was too small to think in, and because a captain who couldn't sleep did better on his feet, where the crew could see him being ordinary. The Dawnward ran quiet and clean around him. In the science bay, 2 of Vale's ratings were reducing frames at low light, murmuring numbers across a bench worn smooth by a year of the same hands. Aft, Wells had Rook down inside an access trunk with an inspection lamp, walking him through a coupling the refit yard had signed off and Silva would not have. Her voice doing the patient thing Silva's used to do. "Feel the seat before you torque it. The yard doesn't feel anything." Rook said something back Locke didn't catch, and Wells laughed, once, and the laugh carried up the trunk warm and unguarded, the sound of a good ship crewed by people who liked the work and each other. Locke passed the engine room on the turn of the ring. Silva's daybook still sat open on its shelf by the main run, a dead man's standards kept in pencil for the living to match. Wells matched them. She'd condemned the coupling the yard had passed and signed, and been right to, and Rook was down the trunk learning the difference at this hour because of it. This was the thing itself. Not the metals, not Renwick's carpet 3 levels up the survey ring. This. Competent hands in a clean hull far from home. A road opened where there had been nothing. An artery of freight and passage and rescue running out into a reach that had been blank to Earth inside these people's lifetimes. His brother had died buying the quiet that let a ship like this exist. Locke had gone into the survey to make that death buy something he could stand next to. And here it was, murmuring numbers and laughing down an access trunk. If the age was worth what it cost, this was the proof, and it was a better proof than any Vale carried in a sealed partition. It lasted the length of the corridor. Then he came to the science bay hatch, and Vale was inside, alone now, and it went out of him. Vale was at the plate with the private partition dark and the sanctioned survey up, interval 40-something, 11 quiet approved stars, sealed twice and useless. She didn't turn when he came in. Between them there was a formality that had once been warmth, careful now, and a year and more had not eased it. "Halden's referring Austri home," Locke said. "You'll have heard." The ship's heard. Vale kept her eyes on the plate. The ship hears everything but the number. "That's what I came for." He came around to where she'd have to look at him or make a point of not. "I asked you this on day 25, and you didn't have an answer you were allowed to say. I'm asking again. How long does Austri have?" Vale was quiet a moment. When she spoke, it was in the voice she kept for instruments, the one that meant she'd gone somewhere cold and exact to answer from. "I have a number," she said. "It's in the partition. It's revised nightly against Sethi's pilgrim figures, and it moves the wrong way every time I touch it. The variance is still wide." She turned then, and the cold went a fraction thinner. "And it is worth nothing to you, Aidan. It's built on the Coalition's station-keeping data and a curve the terms don't sanction and comparisons hauled in co-signed out of the survey. If you carry it into that referral, the first thing a board strikes is the number, and the second thing it strikes is me. And then you've spent your captain's credit buying a figure that dies on contact and me with it. So you have it and I can't use it? So I have it and it isn't sealed." She said it without apology, the same as Halden said everything without apology. Two exact women on opposite sides of the same closed door. A number that isn't sealed is a woman's opinion. You know what a board does with a woman's opinion about a son. You watched them do it. Locke had. He'd routed it there himself, and it had come back as burial with Renwick's warm hand on it. Locke looked at the sanctioned interval on her plate, gold and permanent and quiet, and understood the shape of the trap he was standing in. The one instrument that could have made the referral a lie was the one instrument he'd taught himself at maximum cost to route through channels. And Vale had learned that lesson better than he had, and would not spend her seal on a losing throw. "If I don't sign," he said, "Austri gets nothing at all. If I do, it gets a referral that arrives too late. Tell me which of those you'd sign." "Neither," Vale said. "I'd sign the thing you're both refusing to say out loud, which is that there's a third option, and it's illegal, and it's the only one that reaches them in time." She turned back to the plate. "But you won't, and you're right not to. You're the captain. You have 100 people and a warrant. I only have a seal." Something crossed her face and was gone. "We each have exactly one thing we're not allowed to spend twice. Yours is the ship." Locke almost reached for the old thing between them, the sideways remark that used to close a hard exchange and leave them both able to keep working. It had gone somewhere in the 18 months since he'd carried her proof up a carpeted passage and watched Renwick file it warm. He didn't find it. He left her with the survey and walked the rest of the ring, and by the time he came back to the day cabin, he had run Halden's argument through 6 times, and it held every time, and he could not find the crack in it. And the not finding was itself the answer. A captain who could not name a defensible reason to refuse an order had already decided. He opened the third slate at his desk and read the referral through once, and it was exactly what she'd said it was. Decent, careful, strong as the form would carry. The best door home anyone could build. Then he closed it again without signing, because a thing this size should be signed where the ship could see it done, and not in the dark like something a man was ashamed of. Locke signed it at the plate at 0710 ship time on the morning watch, with the bridge crewed. That was deliberate. Halden had offered to take it in the ready room, quietly, captain's countersignature, and done. And Locke had said the bridge, because the referral was the ship's act and not his private one, and a thing done on behalf of people ought to be done in front of them. He understood the reasoning even as he gave it. He was still explaining it to himself when he came onto the bridge and found the watch already there and already knowing, the way a crew always knew. Dawes had the helm. Vale had come up from the science bay and stood at the plate rail with her hands empty. Vile was aft at his usual station, more still than usual. He had been quieter for a day now, watchful in a register Locke couldn't read and had stopped trying to. Wells had the systems board, and Rook stood his watch beside her, the newest officer on the ship learning a bridge. Locke marked how still the kid had gone, reading the room like a man raised to read a place before he was let to leave it. And Sethi was there, at the back, off watch and standing anyway, because the referral going home was the Austri file going home, and the Austri file was his pilgrim numbers, his diaspora, his names. Nobody had called Sethi to the bridge. He'd come to watch it happen the way a man goes to watch a thing he can't stop, so that at least someone in the room would be sorry. Halden brought the slate to the plate and set it under the reader head. The referral, Captain. My signature's on it, my recommendation with it. Locke read it aloud. That much he could do, make the room hear what was being sent rather than let it go as a silence with a seal on it. The request for a constituted mission, the strength of the recommendation, the honest figure, months, entered where a board could find it. He read to the end and put his hand to the plate. For the record, he said, and heard himself keep going, this is the route that reaches them. A survey ship can't lift a world. A referral home constitutes a mission that can. Breaking the warrant to run for Austria ourselves ends with this ship condemned, and the next world getting nothing, and the finding that might have warned for it struck on standing. And I won't buy one rescue by burning the tool that saves the ones after it. This is the door with the most behind it. It's snow because it's load-bearing. It's the... Captain, Vale, quiet, from the rail. Not an argument. A hand on his arm to stop a man walking off a step he hadn't seen. He'd had one reason when he started, and he was 4 in and climbing. And she'd sat across a plot table from him for years and knew the tell before he did. Locke stopped. He signed. His mark went up on the referral beside Halden's, and the log took the timestamp, and the slate reported the thing sent to the relay queue for the next window home, correct in every part. A door closing at the speed of a signature on 293 people entered for the record so that anyone, forever, could see it had been done properly. Nobody spoke. Sethi hadn't moved. Vale's hand stayed empty on the rail. Good, Dawes said to his board, not looking up. Home'll have it inside the week. Austri can keep. Dawes had delivered worse lines flatter, over years, to make a frightened crew laugh in a tight approach, the correct instruction and a joke in one breath, the habit that read as ice to people who'd never seen him fly. There was no instruction in this one, just the joke, and the thing under it, that properly and in time had been made 2 different roads, and the ship had just taken the first. Nobody laughed. Sethi's jaw worked once. Dawes flew the ship and said no more, and left the line in the room with the captain who'd signed, which was where he'd aimed it. Locke took it. It was his to take. He'd have said something to Sethi he was turning to, some inadequate true thing about the recommendation being real, about meaning to see it done, though every word he could reach for was only the referral read out a second time, when the scan station chimed. Not the coalition contact tone, not traffic, a proximity return, and then the ratings voice pitched wrong. Contact, multiple, bearing spread, close. A pause of 1 second that lasted longer. No drive wakes. Sir, they've no wakes at all. Locke came to the plate. Returns were resolving across it in the near sky where a watch ago there had been nothing. One, and then not one, arriving without the burn that arriving takes, holding station where holding station should have cost a plume of drive light, and cost nothing. The count climbed past the first pass of the scan and kept climbing. More hulls than the contact record held for these people in its whole length. More than Sethi, at the back, had a number for, though his stylus had stopped over his slate and his mouth had opened on the arithmetic. Gray, long, unmarked. Standing off the Dawnward in a shell the plate was still drawing. Advisor, Locke said. But Vale was already up from his station and already moving, past the plate, past all of them, toward the aft viewport and the piece of sky the shell was closing around, saying nothing, asked nothing, his eyes on his own people's ships. Halden reached for the contact protocol without being told and began to transmit into the silence the standing package, identification, standing, intent, correct to the comma, the reflex of a woman who answered every situation with the right form. The fleet gave her nothing back. It had not oriented on the survey ship. It had not answered the hail. It sat in the near sky in numbers no human had put in one place, having come for no reason the survey could name, and none of it was pointed at Earth survey at all. Chapter 12. Called. By the second morning, Dawes had stopped counting the null and started counting angles. 19 hulls. Long, gray, unmarked, the largest of them big enough to make the Dawnward a harbor boat. All 19 holding station in a loose shell 40,000 kilometers across, with the survey ship somewhere near the middle of it. None of them had burned anything getting there, and none of them had moved since. His board put their closure rates at 0 to the decimal, station keeping to a tolerance the Dawnward's own autopilot couldn't fly, kept up as far as any instrument could tell, on nothing at all. You read a hull off the wake it leaves behind, where it's been, how hard it burned to get there, whether it's slowing to stop. It was the first habit the wars gave Dawes, years before they gave him anything about killing, and 5 days of the shell had made it useless. The 19 had come in unwatched. Open reach on the plate one sweep, 19 returns the next, and not one wake laid down behind them. He ran the second night playback twice, got the same clean nothing off the tape both times, and set it aside. There was nothing on it to read. Sethi had gone through the contact record twice and reported the arithmetic without being asked. The record had never put more than 3 null ships in one sky, anywhere, ever. 19. It wasn't the shell that sat wrong with Dawes. It was the doors. A blockade closes exits. That is the entire trade. The null had left every exit open. Sunward, the corridor approach, the long climb over the ecliptic, all of it clean, all of it flyable. Dawes ran the geometry 3 times to be sure. A picket that doesn't trouble to shut the door is a picket that already knows you're not going through it. Twice a watch on the protocol schedule, Halden transmitted the contact package, identification, standing, intent, the full diplomatic grammar, correct to the comma. Twice a watch, the fleet gave her silence, and she logged each silence as carefully as she would have logged a reply. The crew did what crews do under a thing they can't read. They worked, and their voices ran a shade too even while they did. In the mess that night, Wells dealt 4 hands out of habit, looked at the 4th, and squared it back into the deck. Vial's chair stayed empty. Vial himself stood at the aft viewport, where he had spent most of 2 days, hands loose at his sides, watching his people's ships. In all that time, Dawes had heard maybe a dozen words out of him. Wells took him a mug of the tea he claimed to despise and set it on the sill. Vial looked down at it and rested 2 fingers on the rim without drinking. "You're scaring me a little," Wells said. "Too early and too honest, the youngest hand doing the room's plain speaking for it, as usual." "Yes," Vial said. Then, with a flicker of the old dryness, "A little is the right amount."
Rook stopped at Dawes's shoulder on his way off shift and followed his eyes to the viewport. "Back home, you'd say he's standing at the Arbiter's door," Rook said. "And what does back home say about the Arbiter?" "Nothing out loud." Rook went to his rack. The ship came for Vale in the middle of the 3rd day. One hull detached from the shell, no burn, no wake, underway where it had been still, crossed the 40,000 kilometers in less time than Dawes cared to think about, and stopped 2 kilometers off the Dawnward's bow, matched to her drift so exactly that the range figure sat still to the meter. The bridge went quiet around the scan stations. Dawes rested his hand on the alert key without pressing it. Vale was already in the companionway, dressed for vacuum work, before anyone called him. "I'll want the launch," he said. "They ask that I be brought." "Brought?" Dawes said. "Brought." He left it there, and so did Dawes, all the way down to the boat bay. The launch crossed the 2 kilometers at a crawl because Dawes chose the crawl. Closure was the one thing left that he could set for himself, so he set it slow and spent the time on the hull growing in the glass. There was nothing to spend it on. No ports, no vents, no running lights, no markings, no line anywhere that admitted to being a join. The rangefinder gave him the distance to the meter. Every other instrument on the panel returned answers slightly different from one another, politely, as if the question had been put to 19 different ships. Up close, the gray had depth, like weather rather than paint. Dawes's hands flew the approach. The rest of him just looked. "You're rated for the launch," he said. "You could have flown yourself over." "Yes." "But they asked that you be brought." "Yes." Dawes let it go. An opening stood in the hull when they came alongside. Not a hatch he had watched open, no hinge and no swing to it, an opening that had not been there on approach and was there now, sized to 1 passenger, lit from inside by a light that didn't spill. He put the launch's collar over it the way he'd have docked at any survey lock, for lack of another idea. Vial unbuckled. At the collar he paused, one hand on the frame. "If this runs long," he said, "don't let Sethi come after me." He'd try. "That is why I'm telling you, and not him." Then he stepped through, and where the opening had been, there was hull again, before Dawes had the collar retracted. Dawes took the launch off 200 meters and held station. 6 hours. He ran his checklists until running them again would have been talking to himself, then sat with his hands off the controls, a small boat between a survey ship and a fleet, and thought about debts. In the wars, he had twice seen a man's debt called. Both times it came quietly, courteously, long after the man had stopped watching for it. And both times he'd known the debtor beforehand by where the man's eyes went when he thought nobody had him in view. Vial, on the bridge the night they ran home, had looked at nothing but the piece of sky where his people's ship had been. The opening let Vial out at 6 hours and change.
He came through the collar and buckled in with both hands, which he had never needed before. "Home, then," Dawes said. "Home." A kilometer out, Dawes said, "Do I get it now or with the class?" The ship hears it once. Vale watched the Dawnward grow in the glass, the blunt, riveted, honest work of her. And at the bay doors, as the clamps took the launch, he said, "Thank you for the flight." It was the first thank you Dawes had ever heard out of him. Dawes kept that to himself. They met in the wardroom at 9 the next morning. Locke at the head of the table, Halden at his right with her folio squared to the table's edge, Vale opposite with nothing in front of her at all, Sethi beside Vale, Wells and Rook standing against the bulkhead by seniority's arithmetic. Dawes took the chair he always took, the one with the hatch in view. Vale stood at the foot of the table past his own empty chair, and everyone marked it. "My people keep accounts," Vale said. "You have known that a long time without the word. Here is the word. What I opened at the mouth of the span the night we ran home, that was not mine to open. I spent it against instruction. My people name that a debt, and yesterday they called it." Sethi's stylus hung over his slate, forgotten. "Payment is asked," Vale said, "not of me, of the ship. They will guide the Dawnward off your sanctioned line to a place they choose and show you what they choose to show, and bring you back. I cannot chart it, name it, or number the days. The words they gave me for this crew are the whole of it. Come and see." He stopped. Sethi waited for the rest. There was no rest. Locke's first question went where his first question always went. "Rook, start us." Rook came off the bulkhead. "Sir, at home, nobody calls a debt without knowing how they want it paid. They haven't named heads, cargo, or hours. So the price is something I can't see from here, and I grew up seeing prices." He glanced at Vale and away. "That's all I have." Sethi. "They have never asked," Sethi said it the way other men report a hull breach. "Not in the whole record of the tradition. They warn, they help, they leave. I taught first years those 3 verbs at the academy for 9 years, and I taught them that there is no fourth. This is the 4th verb, Captain. Whatever else it is the first thing their people have ever wanted from ours, enough to say so." "What would we be shown?" Vale said, to Vale, not to the table. "What is there?" Vale wrote one word on her slate and underlined it. "Risk to this crew," Locke said. "I can name none," Vale said. "That is not the same as none." "And if we decline?" "Nothing. Nothing happens." Dawes believed him, and it was the worst answer he'd heard all week. "Dawes," Locke said, "your read." 19 hulls that could collect anything they wanted, asking politely. Dawes tipped his head at the bulkhead and the shell beyond it. "It isn't a request, Captain. Requests come from people who can't collect." Halden looked up from her folio. "You think they'd move against us?" "Didn't say that. I'd bet the pension they never lay a finger on this ship either way." Dawes looked at Vale and back. "It still isn't a request." "Then I'll say the surveys part." Halden closed the folio. "Advisor, none of what follows doubts you, and none of it is owed to anything but the terms. The expedition's warrant runs to the sanctioned line and nowhere else. What is being asked is an unlogged traversal, under guidance no instrument of ours can audit, to an undisclosed destination for an undisclosed purpose. I spent last night with the terms of reference, looking for a reading that covers it. There isn't one. I would know. I helped draft the current form." "So the answer is no," Vale said. "The answer I can give is better than no. The request goes home tonight over my signature with my recommendation that a mission be constituted to answer it. And I will write that recommendation as strong as the forms will carry. That is not a filing exercise. I mean to see it done." "How long does constituting a mission take?" Vale said. Months. Months, Dawes said. It can keep Austrey's file company. Haldon took that without moving. Yes, she said, it can. Sethi started forward in his chair. Locke shook his head once, and Sethi settled back with his jaw tight. Advisor, Locke said, will you tell them it's been referred home? I will tell them what you do, Vale said. The referral goes tonight, Locke said. That's the right order of it. The board reads it, the board weighs it, the line holds while they weigh. That's what the terms are for. The work only stays worth anything if the way we came by it holds up when it's argued afterward. We keep the survey. We let the request travel. Nobody had argued. He explained it anyway, right to the end, and then stood, and chairs went back around the table. Vale was first out the hatch. His tea from the night before was still on the viewport sill when Dawes passed it that afternoon, cold and full. Dawes took the middle watch that night because sleep wasn't offering, and because a fleet you can't read is easier company from the chair than from a rack. The bridge ran dim on watch lighting, 3 stations live. On the plate, the shell sat exactly as it had sat for 5 days, 19 returns that had not moved a meter. Locke came up at the turn of the watch with 2 mugs, handed one over, and stood at the plate rail with the other, which was what he did instead of sleeping. You flew him over, Locke said. How was he? They wouldn't let him fly himself, asked that he be brought. Dawes turned the word over again and got no more off it than the first time. Man's rated on every boat we carry. Brought, Locke said. That's the word he used. Locke drank his coffee and read the plate and didn't offer anything else, and Dawes flew the watch, such as there was to fly, drift corrections, a log entry, the shell going nowhere at the speed of continents. Vale came up the companionway an hour into the quiet and stopped at the plate rail beside Locke. For a while the 3 of them looked at the shell together. Captain, Vale said. Advisor. I have flown with this crew through the worst the Reach ever sent it. I have kept your watches. I have eaten your rations and taken your money at cards. Vale's eyes stayed on the plate. In all of it, I have not asked you for one thing. No, Locke said. You haven't. I am asking. Locke didn't answer. On the plate, the 19 returns sat where they had sat for 5 days, going nowhere, in no hurry at all. Chapter 13. Off the Line. The referral went home over Haldon's signature at the turn of the middle watch, strong as the forms would carry, and the corridor relay logged it received. Locke read the receipt twice and set the slate on the plate rail. He'd countersigned it himself. 8 hours ago, he'd stood at the wardroom table and told the room it was the right order of things. Refer the ask home, hold the survey line, let the board weigh it while the line held. Every word had been true in his mouth. On the plate, the 19 returns had not moved. 6 days now, unchanged to the meter. Dawes had held the con through the back of the watch and hadn't gone below when his relief came up. He stood at the far rail, reading the same returns Locke was reading. Sent then, Dawes said. At the turn. So it travels home a few months, a board reads it, constitutes a mission, sends somebody with a warrant to fly the thing we're already parked in front of. He didn't put a question in it. And the fleet's here for that, or it isn't, and either way, we came by it clean. That's the order of it, Locke said. The survey only holds up if the way we ran it holds up when it's argued after. We keep the line, we let the ask travel. It's the right. He stopped because the count had started. One reason, and the reason under it, and a third already coming up behind. He knew the tell. He'd sat across a plot table from it for years and named it out loud in a borrowed office a year ago to a woman with a gray case under her arm, and she'd handed the naming straight back to him and been right about it. You had one reason when I walked in. You're up to 6. You do it when you don't believe yourself. Dawes watched him not finish the sentence. It's the right order, Locke said, and left the other reasons where they lay. Sure, Dawes said, and took himself below without another word, which from Dawes was a whole argument. Locke walked the ship after, because the letters he had to weigh went easier with his people fresh in his eye, and because a captain who parked a decision this size and sat on it was no use to anybody. The Dawnward, on her 6th day under the shell, was a ship doing everything right at half a volume. Rook had the forward lock section stripped and re-racked, work that hadn't needed doing, done anyway. Locke stopped there. He put the first question to the newest hand in any room, out of long habit, and Rook was still the newest hand. "Anything you'd tell me, Mr. Rook?" Rook seated a bolt before he answered. "On the colony, sir, the ones who could put you out, when they came and stood at your door and didn't bother to knock, that was the part that frightened you. Not that they'd come, that they didn't think they had to knock." He wiped his hands. "These have stood at our door 6 days and haven't knocked. I keep waiting to mind it more than I do." "And why don't you?" "Because they left the door open behind them, every exit clear." Rook nodded aft toward the shell and the flyable sky past it. People who mean to take something shut it first. Dawes had said the same about the open exits in fewer words and with less comfort in them. Locke left the kid to his rack and went on through the ship. In the mess, Wells and Sethi had a hand of cards going that neither was playing to win. Vale's chair sat at the table with nobody in it and nobody moving it. They straightened a shade when Locke came through, the small courtesy a crew pays the man who's supposed to know something it doesn't, and he gave them nothing to read because he had nothing settled to give. 20,000 kilometers of nothing between the Dawnward and the nearest of the 19, and 300 people a junction over on a world with a failing sun, and both of those things now referred home to travel the same slow road into the same slow file. He'd signed the Austri referral in this chair a month ago. He'd believed that one too. The referral was a way down the corridor relayed toward home now, and the ask Vale had made him on the night watch stood unanswered in the ship behind him, and Locke went back up to the plate and stood with the two of them until the watch turned. Vale had the shell up on the science station when he came down, worked through the narrowed suite Halden's terms allowed, approved instruments, approved baselines, each interval co-signed in the margin in another hand. She didn't turn around. "Come to ask me what they'll show," she said, "so you can put it in the referral you already sent." Something like that. "I can't tell you. Nobody can. That's rather the point." She flagged an interval and moved past it. "Vale says what is there. You can't survey what is there. You survey a defined volume with a defined instrument, and you report what the instrument caught. This," a tip of her head at the shell on her screen, "is an invitation to be shown. That's the opposite operation, and there's no line in my terms of reference for it, because nobody who wrote my terms of reference ever imagined being asked." "But you'd want it." The cursor stopped for a moment. "There's one thing my model can't close," Vale said. "I have the middle of the curve, 120 years of one system dying, and a reach full of systems starting to. What I've never had, what nobody in this survey will ever be licensed to collect, is the far end, a system that ran all the way out, the end state, measured, under a real seal." She started the cursor again. "If that's what's out there, then a survey that won't go and look at it isn't protecting its integrity. It's the reason there's no number. You can co-sign a woman's margins from here to the grave and never once collect a thing that would settle it, and call the not collecting rigor. Is that what you'd call it? It's what Halden would call it, and she'd be within the terms, and she'd mean it. Vale keyed the shell down to a single frame and left it there. I'm not going to argue it for you, Aidan. I did that once. I stood in an office and made every part of this case, both halves of it, and you heard me out to the last comma and did the careful thing. And the careful thing worked exactly the way careful things work. Locke had come ready for the case for going. He hadn't come ready for her to hand it to him and then stand off it. You could have had a fortnight, Vale said. Day 25. I costed it to the hour. The mast on Austrey's primary, there and back, a present tense number on a sun that's running out of present tense. Halden wouldn't certify it, and you let the warrant carry her. That was off the terms. This is off the chart. You'll take the whole ship past the last mark any board ever set for a place Vale can't name on a debt, and you'll do it inside a week. I asked for the fortnight, and I want this passage both. So I'm the last one in this bay who gets to stand clean about it. But I won't sit here and hear you make them two different kinds of thing. The ship can't lift Austrey, Locke said. It couldn't have lifted it for your fortnight either. A fortnight sharpens a number I already believe. The far end closes it, the end of the curve, measured, sealed, past anyone's power to file for further study. If that's what's out there, it doesn't save Austrey's son. It saves the argument over the next one, in time to matter. I know what it buys, Vale brought the frame back up. That's a reason, Aidan. It's a good one. It isn't a difference. 300 people sit on the near side of it, and you're taking the ship the other way. She said it flat, in the register she kept for instruments, and went back to her margins. A year ago, she'd have turned around and spent the fact on his face until he moved with it. She didn't turn now. She laid it on the bench between them, hers to give and his to leave, and that distance was what the office had cost them. Locke took the fact and left her the quiet, because it was the only thing he had left that she'd take from him. Locke took the aft viewport as Locke came forward, where he'd kept station most of a week. He spoke to the glass. I asked you the once, Vale said. I won't do it twice. Among my people, asking twice unmakes the asking. It says the first one cost me nothing. He turned then, and none of the old dryness came with it. It cost me something. Whatever you land on, I'd have you know the first one stands on its own legs. I know it does, Locke said. Then that's all I've got for you. Vale turned back to the 19 hulls in their unbroken shell, and Locke went forward, carrying the fact Vale had laid down and an ask he still owed an answer to. The decision was there when he woke, ahead of the reasons, the way a course comes clear in the dark and only argues itself afterward. He lay in the rack and let the arguments catch up, and they did, every one of them Halden's, and every one of them sound, and none of them moved it a meter. He told her at the start of the day watch, in the wardroom, with the hatch shut. She'd come without her folio. She heard it out with her hands on the table and said nothing until he'd finished, reading it first as she read primary data before she'd let herself have an opinion of it. You understand what you're describing, Halden said. An unlogged traversal, under guidance no instrument of ours can audit, to a destination the advisor cannot name, for a purpose he cannot state, off every line of the warrant. I helped draft the warrant. There's no reading of it that reaches this, and I've spent 2 nights looking for one, because I would rather have found it than not. I know there isn't. Then let me lay it out once, in order, and I'll stop. She squared herself to the table with nothing in front of her to square. Everything you've carried home from this reach travels on its provenance. How you came by it, under what warrant, Logged how? That isn't the packaging around the finding, it's the finding spine. Vale's work. The corridor loads, all of it. The moment this ship goes somewhere no board authorized, under guidance you cannot reproduce, to be shown things by a party whose purposes you've told me yourself you can't read, every reading in your hold picks up a handle. Not the science, the circumstances. And there is a whole reach out there, and a coalition rising in it, that needs the survey's word to be worth exactly nothing. She gave it a breath. You taught me that argument, Captain. Not in those words, but it's yours. It's the one you've run this entire expedition by, and I have watched you run it well. It landed where she'd aimed it, because she'd aimed it true. It was his. He'd made it across a desk with a gray case on it, and he'd been right. And being right had helped bury the best work anyone in the survey had done in his lifetime. There'd been a hall of Ferrin on the Spinward Arc, and a child's paper sky taped up low by a bunk, careful yellow stars, and a crayon sun the color suns are meant to be. And the last he'd looked at it, the night he did the careful thing, it had hung gray in the half-light with everything else. Nobody had painted over it. It had simply gone the color the room went. "You're right that it's mine," Locke said. "I won't argue you out of it. You can't be argued out of a true thing, and I wouldn't trust you again if you could." He kept his voice where it belonged and didn't reach for a second reason to prop the first. "So here's the only place I've moved, and then you do what the terms tell you. The provenance argument protects a finding on its way somewhere, data you mean to publish and defend. It's the right argument for that, and I made it, and I'd make it again. But the survey's whole job is going and looking where no board has licensed anyone to look yet. That's what a survey is, before the warrant ever catches up to it. And the NAL have never asked, not once in the whole record. Sethi taught first years for 9 years that there's no fourth verb, and here's the fourth verb, sitting in our sky. If Earth answers the first ask in the history of contact with a mission constitution timeline, it dies in committee. Asks like that die once. And the risk you can't name? Real. Val can't price it, and neither can I. Locke put his hands on the table's edge. But Val spent his own standing to bring this crew home, and his people called the debt, and the price they've set is that we come and see. That's real too, and it's owed, and I'm done pretending a warrant outranks it." He held there a moment, and the last of it came quieter. "There's already one thing referred home from this expedition that's going to run out its clock before the board clears its throat. 300 people and a sun. I signed that referral. I'm not signing this one to keep it company." Halden didn't answer at once. She could quote the terms of reference from memory because she had actually read them, all of them, which most people never do with the document they've built a life on. And somewhere in all that reading was an answer to every question a survey could put. She turned this one over against every part of it, and whatever she found there, she kept. She didn't invoke the board over his head, though the oversight berth gave her the channel to it. She didn't reach for the message home that would have every right to demand the ship hold station until it answered. She had that move, and both of them knew she had it. She left it on the shelf. "Then I have to enter a formal objection to the passage," she said. "You know that." "I do." "I'll write it complete. Every ground, in order, so there's no question afterward where oversight stood when the ship went off the line." She met his eyes. "That's not me covering myself, though it does that too, and I won't insult you by pretending it doesn't. It's the record doing the one thing the record is for. If this goes wrong, the board needs to see the terms held right up to the moment the master overrode them. And if it goes right," the smallest pause, "it still needs to see it, especially then. The process doesn't get less owed its own account because a captain turned out to be right. Write it, Locke said, in your own words, uncut, and I'll countersign it received before we move a meter. And I'll put my own line under it that the objection was full, correct, and made by an officer doing precisely her job, and that I overrode it on my sole authority, which travels with my name and no other. He stood. A year ago, somebody asked me to note her objection in the record, formally. I did that much right, and it was about the only part of that night I did. I'm not going to do it worse for you. Something moved behind Halton's exactness and settled again before it had a name. She was Renwick School. She believed the process found the truth, and here was the master of her ship handing her every courtesy the process owed her while he stepped clean off the end of it. For a moment, she looked less like the oversight berth and more like a young officer a long way from High Reach, working out whether the process she'd given her life to deserved it. Then the exactness came back down over her. She took the courtesy without a speech, because a speech wasn't in her. "You'll have it within the hour," Halden said, and went to write her objection properly. The log took Halden's objection at the 8th bell of the day watch, 3 pages, every ground in its order, no barb anywhere in it, the work of an officer who believed the terms and served them to the last comma. Locke read it through before he touched it. Then he countersigned it, received and honored, and under it entered his own line, short, that oversight had done its complete duty, that the objection stood correct in every ground, and that the master had overridden it on his sole authority, carried with his name alone. He closed the log and took the decision up to the bridge himself. A thing like this you don't hand to a runner. Middle watch. Dawes had the con. He'd taken it without being asked, the same as he'd taken the back of every watch since the shell arrived. Vale stood in the meter of deck off the plate rail, in the border he kept these days. Wells sat the engineering board, up past her rack, because nobody with a stake in this was sleeping through it, and she looked at Locke when he came up the companionway and then looked away, the question sitting in her too big to carry. "Advisor," Locke said, "tell them we'll come." Vale didn't move toward a comm. He looked at Locke and then at the plate and said it low. "They have it." On the plate, one return was already sliding out of the shell. No burn, no wake, underway where it had been still, the same as the hull that had come for Vale. It crossed toward the Dawnward's bow and eased into the station a guide takes at the head of a line. Dawes read it off his board before Locke could name it for him. "They're forming us up," Dawes said. "Lead hull, and we tuck in astern of it." A beat. "They had my answer before I gave it, and I hadn't given it." "They had mine," Locke said. Ahead of the lead hull, where the plate's chart ran to its edge and stopped, where the survey's authority ended, and there was nothing past it any board on Earth had ever put a name to, a sheer of light opened in the dark. Not a hatch, and nothing that had swung to make it. A standing line of it, burning cold in dead space where nothing should burn, the same light Dawes had watched at the span's mouth the night they ran home. A door held open in the black on the far side of every chart the ship carried. Wells's board threw a soft alarm and she killed it and said nothing. Off the rail, Vale watched the light like weather he'd grown up under and hadn't stood in for a long time, and gave the crew none of what it meant to him, which was the same thing he'd given them from the first day aboard. Locke stood at the rail and looked at the end of the chart and at the light past the end of it. Somewhere astern a referral was still traveling home, and a formal objection sat in the log with his name under it, and 300 people waited on a sun a board would get to in its own time, and all of that was the road he knew, and he was about to leave the last of it behind the bow. He looked once around the dim bridge. Dawes, easy at the con. Wells, with her stake in her 2 hands. Vale at his border. The small company of them he was about to take past the last thing Earth had cleared him to do. Then he faced the light. "Take their lead," he said. Dawes brought the Dawnward off her holding line and around onto the heading the lead hull gave her, off the sanctioned line, in astern of a ship no board had cleared, her bow to a door standing open in the dark past the last mark on any chart she carried. You've reached the end of Part 1 of The Widened Road. The story runs on. Part 2 is on the channel right now, ready to play, so you can carry straight on. If you're enjoying the journey, take a moment to subscribe. The whole of the Fracture Cosmology is being brought to life here, one book at a time. Part 2 is waiting. I'll see you there.